we started not so long ago. We dreamed of giving everyone a personal way to grow. Our dream became reality, and now we're making history. We took imagination and let it lead the way to a new world of discovery. Touching lives every day, bringing smiles to children's faces, opening doors to brand new places. Apple to forever, making life better and better. Apple to forever and ever, bringing the rainbow to you. Apple to forever. Ooh, yeah. And as the world keeps changing, we'll be changing too. Reaching out with new ideas, bringing them all to you. Our future keeps on growing and growing. Our colors keep on showing and glowing. Apple to forever, making life better and better. Apple to forever and ever, bringing the rainbow to you. Apple to forever. Apple to. Apple to. Leading the way. Apple to. Apple to. Apple to forever, making life better and better. Apple to forever and ever, bringing the rainbow to you. Apple to forever, making life better and better. Apple to forever and ever, bringing the rainbow to you. Apple to forever. Apple to forever.
Yo, showtime, showtime. Hey,
What's going on?
4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, we have to do this sort of crazy system here, so I hope this works. Let's see if everyone can hear me. Awesome. So there's a little bit of an echo, but this should be mostly fine here, because the Jitsi for me is driving me crazy as usual. Eventually, next month we're actually going to probably be on Big Blue Button from that point forward. So if you don't see me moving, that's fine, because we're about to go into the pre-show to get everyone settled down and everything. But first of all, welcome everyone to the DEFCON 201 meeting. Some of our members, such as Circe, will be down at Subculture in a moment, and actually we are going to give them the URL. So if you are going to be at Subculture in Jersey City, that's at 260 Newark Avenue in downtown New York, Jersey City. It's about 5 blocks away from the PATH train station, whether you're coming in from the rest of New Jersey, starting at Newark or Manhattan. you will be able to actually watch this with some of the limited indoor dining on the screen. We're going to give them that URL in a moment. But in the meantime, we have a lot of exciting content for you all here. And just want a reminder, let's see if I can find it. This is our website, which we've recently updated, and we're going to be doing even more updates as time goes on. And today, we have our third Friday of the month, and we decided, hey, we didn't actually know there was going to be an Apple event early on, but we were like, hey, why not make an Apple-themed meetup? So we've called this month Egg Freckles. I hope everyone gets that in reference, especially with someone as old as Neo. And speaking of Neo, if we scroll down here, we have a lot of really awesome content to go on. But before we go into our pre-show, I do want to highlight one of the open projects, which is right now Open Jam is currently going on. That's done by the Rich.io people. And basically, I don't know if it's just today or all weekend, but basically they're going to be making, they're going to use open source game development tools to make open source games that are completely free to own. Just give credit to the people who showed it. You don't have to pay for anything. There's no licenses. You just download and play. And they're also going to be using free tools and software to make them. So I just want to shout that out. You can find them at itch.io/jam/open-jam-2020. But like I said, we have a lot of content this time, so without further ado, the first thing we're going to get into is our pre-show. A lot of people don't realize, and I probably should have brought up the OG website. I actually wonder if I can still find it. Nah, I'm not going to explore. We need to get stuff out of the way, which is that Steve Wozniak, the other Steve, the Steve who actually got stuff done, was actually keynoted at the Fifth Hope. I believe that was in 2004, because the last Hope was in 2006. Hope stands for Hackers on Planet Earth. That is the local computer hacker convention. And we thought that because a lot of people apparently have never seen it, we would air a good chunk of it, because even if we aired it in full, there's at one point where the microphone craps out in the video, even though they have the audio recording of it. So without further ado, let's go back in time and hear from the man, the only, the Woz.
Hope you're having a great conference so far. On behalf of the many organizers, many volunteers, it's been a true pleasure to be involved with this conference. Our Saturday keynote, someone very special who needs no introduction, Woz.
Delight to be here. This is the right place for me. I brought a hacker t-shirt with me that had binary numbers with your hand with number 4 on the front, but oh well. You know, I kind of sorry I missed the lockpick session because it reminded me of a neat lockpick experience I had this year at my company. Somehow the alarm went off and the key to set, everybody was, the right people were gone. The key to unlock it was in a locked cabinet. How are we going to unlock this cabinet? I said, oh, give me a paperclip. So took a paperclip and sat there with the screwdriver, and first try, I got it. Yeah. And then I discovered it had been unlocked, and I had just locked it. And then I sat there for half an hour, and I couldn't get it open. Oh well, what would life be? First of all, yeah, anyone here from Homeland Security Division, raise your hand, or any other 3-letter agency? Okay. You know, you go through life, and if you're accomplished and you're successful, you can kind of go into a world and be around a lot of people that are CEOs and, you know, live an established life and, you know, good, strict rules, and we got it made. But for me, it was a lot different. Never really even wanted any of the success and all that, just wanted to design neat computers. So for me, I've chosen that I'd much rather be around people like all of you, the people in my life, interesting people. You know, obviously we're a threat to everybody who's got money because we have so much of their money now because we're, you know, we know how to get it, right? And when when you die, how are you going to value your life? Did you live it? Did you have a fun life? You know, you could say, well, I achieved this and I have this going on. I'm trying to get this division of my company in shape and I have these clothes and title and salary and money and houses? Or did you have a ton of laughs every day with your friends and walk around telling jokes and were happy? Who had the better life, really? So that's us. Somebody today, I was talking to Cheshire and his great phone number. I'm a collector of neat phone numbers. It really started with a thing I had called Dial a Joke, and you needed good numbers so you didn't get 2,000 wrong calls a day. And one of the numbers I had was 2211111. Why? A lot of us in this room were the kind of purists. 2211111, by the rules of assigning phone numbers back then, that was the shortest distance you could dial on a dial phone, if dial phones still existed. So it's kind of like a purism, why it was so much better. You could get no other number that only had 2 2s and 5 1s. Got a million calls on it all the time, and they hung up until one day I was booking a flight, which turned out to be Pan Am. So the next time I got a call and I heard them start, I said, hello, and they started hanging up. I said, oh, you calling Pan Am? And the lady said, oh, yeah. I said, well, we're on our lunch break, so what can I do for you? Booked my first flight that day. After about a couple weeks, I figured, the police are going to be, triggered onto this and looking for who's getting people to go to the San Jose airport at 3 in the morning to catch flights that don't exist. So I started always telling people at the end of the call, I'm just joking. You know how hard it is to get people to believe that? They chuckle, and then they say, okay, how much is it for the ticket? No, I'm just joking. Well, so I started trying to stretch it out. Sometimes what we do is a little psychological game. How much can you get people to buy into? How far can you deceive them? So I started playing this game of the Grasshopper Special had the lowest flights. If you go through our lesser used airports, and I would make up places like Billings, Montana, Moscow, Idaho, Amarillo, Texas. If you bounce around all these cities and get to your destination in 5 hops, your flight can be cheaper. Oh. And one day I told this guy, you go to Las Vegas and you go up to our booth and roll the dice. If you get a 7, the next leg is free. And he bought into it. I started trying to sell propeller service flights, 30 hours to London. The guy wouldn't take it. But I did sell a 20-hour flight to New York. And so, and I got an awful lot of my good phone number stories. The one I like the best, well, my 888-8888, but I used to get calls on the phone I use at night, and it was somehow this, if you forgot to dial 1 before the free 888 numbers, which eventually came into existence, if you dialed the service called Bored Housewives, you'd get my phone in bed at 2 in the morning. So what do? When a person calls you and they're off on a different tangent than reality, they think they have called Bored Housewives, but they've really called Steve Wozniak, well, what do? Their mind, to me, is in a creative state. Their mind has invented a story to me, and I want to see how far that creative state, you don't ever want to inhibit creativity, right? So the word to use is yes, whatever they say. Wrong numbers. Oh, I'm just a paramedic. I picked up this phone. Oh, is it a Bronco? Yeah. Is it a white Bronco? Yes. Is it by the reservoir? Yes. Where are you going? Oh, I don't know. I better hang up now. It's too much time on this call. So, I don't know. There's a lot of people that don't really grow up with kind of a sense of humor that might be at somebody else's disadvantage in small ways. And I forget, there is a name for this. But those of us who've been down the paths we've been down have an inborn curiosity. Really, it starts when we're babies. You take any baby, they're all hackers. Every baby is trying to push its way out of the crib, crawling around, looking at every door, every cabinet, and trying to open it or touch things and knock them over. So they're all babies, and they kind of get taught by people what the rules are, where you can go, where you can't, what's the shape of your maze. But somehow God or nature, whoever makes us, has made us that way from the start. And a lot of us like to get pleasure from the unexpected. Well, what is a joke? Everyone grows up with jokes in every culture, and that's the biggest element of humor. You tell a story along one line, and the punchline is something you didn't expect, a different story that fit the words. And getting pleasure from the unexpected, isn't that unusual? But like I said, there are some people that cannot laugh at jokes. Matter of fact, there are some people that hear a joke and they think it's the truth. We have dreams so often that we're trying to do the things that aren't supposed to be possible. Who would have thought in 1971 that if you put some tones into your own home phone, you could dial anywhere in the world? In 1971, you couldn't reach the world. I mean, it was so expensive, nobody had much of the community outside their own local community, except maybe ham radio operators. Okay. But another thing is, you know, there's this element of what we're doing has some kind of learning, educational value. And it's largely because we're always trying to do the best. We're trying to outdo some other people. We're trying to find slip-ups they had in their code or things that they didn't think would work this way on a phone company. Searching and searching and searching. But it's really a way of saying, I did something more than someone else. I did the unexpected. So it's a way that we can somehow boast and socialize. I met someone who was a psychology student once that taught me that, well, there's a group of people that sort of I was in that category while I was in college. And they're kind of like socially backwards and antisocial a bit. Or they don't communicate well. And to communicate, it comes out as antisocial behavior, little pranks and that sort of thing. And somehow that's a way of touching other people and having a back and forth communication. And it substitutes for the normal. And you know, sometimes I think, gosh, I was so shy and quiet. And sometimes by designing something good or doing something unexpected, all of a sudden I'd have people that would talk to me and it would open up my shell and I'd have something to talk about. Maybe it was too techy at the time, but we really wouldn't have today's technology, the computers, the internet. We wouldn't be this advanced in the world if it weren't for basically people doing what's called hacking and what we hackers like to do. And, you know, play around and see how far we can get. It turns out that almost every major advance and really new thing that's startling, you talk to the people that invented it in later life, and they all go back to their stories with blue boxes and their stories of, you know, other kinds of electronic pranks and fun, and almost none of them were like kind of the serious business student, accountant type personality. So really we'd be, who knows how far backwards we'd be. Well, you know, when I think back to my own self as a hacker, it's like all of the things that would motivate it. You know, nobody is really going to define what is a hacker, where does it come from. But there are psychological studies of what can motivate you. As a teacher, you find out that it's much less important, the words that you use, than if you can inspire the kids to want to learn, make it interesting to them, make it fun, make them smile. Make them, you know, give them praise. They'll go back to the books and spend more time studying than they would have. And if you want to learn, you'll learn more than if you don't want to learn. That's much more important is to motivate a student than to communicate content and information. But as you know, as hackers working on our projects, we're motivated very much by the humor. Somebody laughs. We made somebody laugh. I don't know what it is. I don't know why laughter's good, you know, for a lot of us. We get the prestige of being able to boast about what we were able to accomplish that other people didn't know about, that it was possible in the world. Obviously doing the best and very often trying to be perfect. It was like the early phrase hackers that came from the Model Railroad Club and at MIT. It was looking over a type of code and rewriting it, and everybody took a hand at it, rewrote it one hair better, and it was somehow simpler, or somehow everyone would look at it and say, that is the perfect code. Want to get it a little better than any other human could do. We're obviously not motivated by money. I don't really see a lot of money in this room. Well, you know what? No, I gave mine away, trust me. Because, you know, I didn't do this stuff for money. And it's the truth. It turns out that, I'll get into that. I'll get into that. I mean, you know, I'll even get into the start of Apple in that regard. But funny thing is, there's a lot of society says that money causes technological advancement and causes change that improves people's lives. But really, you know, it's somebody being motivated the right way on the inside, wanting to solve these big problems that really come up with the great inventions and the great steps forward. And we have a system of business models that work and tax laws that protect it and other, you know, laws that, you know, you can't, I mean, you start a business and you can't even let your employees be free and pay their own way to hotels. I mean, it gets so complicated. But it turns out we have a system that's all based on money. And here we are trying to develop technologies of our own, or whatever we can get our hands on, figure out something that's ours and not theirs, and create it a way into a system maybe. If we're creating something without money, yeah, we're a threat to the people that say that it takes money to do it. Yeah, we're terrorists. We're terrorists. We're a threat to the normal way of making products with money. We're a threat to the financial models of the Western, culture, because we don't do what we do for riches. Well, when I was young, my dad was probably the most important influence in my life, and he'd gone to Caltech, and he would tell at the dinner table sometimes some of the pranks that they had done at Caltech, and some of these pranks involved electronics and computers, and some didn't, but they were, I sat there and he didn't instruct me, here's how you do pranks. I heard the stories and it was fun, and I laughed. And that laughter inside, I told myself, I am going to be a prankster. I am going to do pranks like that in my life. Didn't have to tell anyone. And it's kind of like my son. The early days of video games, he sat down with the early Nintendos and played them very young. And one time he came to me and he says, you ask him, what do you think you're going to be in your life? What do you want to be in your life? He says, I don't know, but I'm going to be a game player. So it's kind of like you make these little commitments to yourself of what you're going to do and how you're going to be. And some of us manage to live up to those youthful ideals our whole lives. Well, what really pisses me off is when I try to tell a joke and then somebody thinks it's real. One of the first ones I tried, I took a little sign to a convention or a political event and it said, ham radio operators of Sarah School unanimously support Richard Nixon for governor. It was a joke. I was the only ham radio operator in 6th grade. The flash bulbs all went off. They put my picture on the front page of the San Jose Mercury. The press treated it, and they said a school group, representing a school group. How did they get it so wrong? So I'm glad for those of us who kind of, know where things are at when need be. Well, one of the things, okay, I've had a lot of different occupations, so I got to think of what path to go here. In 6th grade, I did build a ham radio. Back in those days, you didn't just buy it and learn a set of rules to use it like today. You actually got tubes and capacitors and resistors and sockets and pieces of metal and cabinets, and you put everything together according to hundreds of pages of instruction. You built it yourself. You knew the value of it. You saw a finished product. You used a finished product in the end. You had built it yourself autonomously on your own schedule, and that was very motivational. And a lot of what we do, we know the value. When you're working for a company on their computer, you know who owns the computer and what your limits are, and it's not yours. And so a lot of us grew up with wanting our own computer for that reason. In 6th grade, I got my first transistor radio. This was so unbelievable. In 1961, I could hear all those songs, all the hit songs of 1961 to this day are, the center of my core. Lion Sleeps Tonight even. But so I got my transistor radio, and I was talking to my dad who worked at Lockheed on missiles, and he was showing me how they were putting transistors in tighter and tighter configurations to have less weight, because weight matters for missiles. It costs money. And he said they were going to come out with chips, and chips were going to have more than one transistor on them to get it even smaller and lighter. And I said, oh, wow, so they're going to make even better transistor radios. I said, they're going to develop this technology for human beings to listen to better radios. And he said, no, they really developed the technology for the military and the government who can afford it. And then what trickles out comes to human beings in consumer electronics. And that kind of always bothered me. I always kind of wanted the needs of a normal human being living a life in a house, doing normal fun things with friends to kind of drive the world. And I sort of learned that, well, there's a different part of the world you don't see when you're young. Dad asked me about that time, what are you going to be when you grow up? I said, first, I'm going to be an engineer like you, because I was good in math already. And second, I said, I'm going to be a 5th grade teacher like Miss Scrack, because everybody remembers the teacher that saw your potential and respected you for being good at something and really, made you feel like this teacher cared and was going to be a big part of your future. And my dad had been good to teach me the value of education, that we, the younger generation, the older generation, has a really screwed up world, and it doesn't work right, and people don't get along, and there's a lot of problems in it. We, the younger generation, are going to study in school, and we're going to come out and we're going to make a better world when we grow up. Well, it may not have worked out that way, but I still pass that message on to every young person that is close to me, including my own kids. By the time I got to high school, I was real good and accomplished, knowledgeable at computers and logic and building things like that. And I was down, my electronics teacher did something really good. He said, Steve knows all the electronics in school, and he found a way to get me to work at a company in town programming a computer. We didn't have computers in high school. I got to program a computer. This was like the imaginary word. I didn't know there were jobs in computers, that a person could ever do it. This was like the most amazing miracle in a lifetime. First program I wrote was the Knight's Gambit, where you try to jump a knight across a chessboard and hit every square exactly once. I have a computer, 1,000,000 things a second. I'm a human being, I can do about one thing a second maybe. So I wrote this program and the lights on the computer flickered and flickered and flickered and flickered and nothing happened. Uh-oh, did I go through a learning? Well, I finally started printing out chessboards and I saw that the programming was working exactly as I wanted to, but it was going to take 10 to the 25th years to get a solution. Just because something's fast doesn't mean it can compete with the human mind that can come up with a good approach or algorithm. I ran across my first computer manual down at Sylvania. I saw it on a table and it said small computer manual, PDP-8. Many of you in the room might remember that one. Oh my gosh, I was so intrigued that there was actually a book within eyesight of me about a computer and what it was. And somebody said, you want it? You can have it. I took that book home and studied it. By then I had books of the first chips. Now the first chips had like one gate on a chip, one AND gate or one OR gate on a chip. And the chip cost $50, which is probably $500 today. These things were not for humans like me, but I had the manuals and they were at least virtual. So I sat down and started trying to design my version of this computer, the PDP-8. And after a while, I designed it. And it was crude, lousy design. After a while, I had a weekend free and designed it a little better. And then some better chips came out. Designed it again a little better. Now another mini computer came out, and I got the manual for it and designed that one. And it became my hobby of every few weeks, I would just sit down on paper and do my own design for all the various mini computers from Digital Equipment, Varian, Hewlett-Packard, and Digital and DEC and Data General, and you would know all the names of the companies, and it became a love of mine. Where do you get computer manuals, though? There were no computer stores back then. There were no places. There were no microprocessors or anything like that either. A friend of mine and I would drive up on Sundays to Stanford Linear Accelerator Center, SLAC, because a lot of smart people work at SLAC. And wherever smart people work, doors are unlocked. And we would go around the back and eventually climb stairs and find a door that was unlocked. We'd go into the main building, we knew where the library was, go in there, and I could read computer magazines. Read computer magazines, and very often in those magazines in the late 60s, there'd be a card in the back that you could fill in with your name and address, send the card, and they'd send you a computer manual in the mail describing the architecture and instructions and everything of that particular mini computer. Of course, mini computers weren't human yet. They were just rectangular boxes that looked like an airplane cockpit that would scare anybody, but you know, most of us in this room might not be scared, but it would scare most people. Kind of intimidating. But that became the love of my life. Finally, a computer got introduced called the Nova. Okay, and I was getting very good at these designs. What I did is every time I wanted to do something for fun on my own, well, I don't know, I didn't go miniature golfing usually and didn't have a lot of the other things to do. I'd sit down and design a computer again. How do you design the same computer over and over and over? You have to have a goal. So my goal became, I'm going to try to design it better than I did before. Use fewer chips, use fewer wires. And I got to where I got extremely good at these designs, to where I could design them in half the number of chips the companies that built the computers used. And that's what happens when you compete with yourself. The goal, the reward is in your own head. You know you've accomplished something. The reward isn't extrinsic where people can see. You got a good salary, a good suit, a good title, a job, you know, all the things of prestige that people can see. No, you just know in your head that you did something you wanted to do and you did it well. Does that describe a lot of what we do here? Of course. I sat down to design this Data General Nova, and it was a strange instruction. Instead of 50 instructions, it had one instruction. And the one instruction broke 16 bits into a chunk of 2 bits and a chunk of 2 bits and a chunk of 3 bits and a chunk of 1 bit and a chunk of 2 bits, and they all had meaning. Well, I thought, this is a very, very strange computer. It is so unlike the ones before. And after a few months, I had a free weekend and sat down to design the Data General Nova. And I found out that my instruction register had 16 bits, and 2 wires went over to this chip for a selection, and 3 wires went over to that chip to choose an operation, and 2 for another selection, and another 2, 1 more for a carry, and 2 for a shift. And I said, oh my gosh, I didn't have to put any circuitry in. I didn't have to put any smarts in. The design of the computer matched the chips. It was a one-on-one perfection. And the design came out to half as many chips as all the other mini computers. Half as many chips. A startling discovery about how to do things well. So when we're working very hard at something we want to achieve, you know, crack some code, find a mistake, find a way to use it, very often we force ourselves with such incredible hard labor no company could ever buy to come up with methods that are cleaner and purer and better than existed before of doing things in the world, techniques. Headed off to the University of Colorado my first year, and I built a little TV jammer. Little device in my hand, bought the fastest transistor at Radio Shack, a 9-volt battery, and I'd go over to, the only color TV was in the basement at a girls' dorm, so everybody would go to there to watch color TV, and I'd sit in the back row and tune the jammer in, and it would fuzz up the picture a little. It didn't quite blow away the color TV signal. So the first time I ever did this, my friend in the front row, no planning or anything, he knew I had a jammer, whacked the TV, and I made the picture go perfect. And I sat there, you know, kind of smirking for a little while in the back. It's dark, you know. And so after a while, I jammed it again, and my friend hit it, and it went perfect. And it got to the point that he'd have to hit it a little harder in different places to actually get it to work. And one time he didn't hit it, somebody else went up and started hitting it. This was like, I should have gotten my degree in psychology. A lot of hacking is playing with other people, you know, and getting them to do strange things. So I sat there for the next 2 weeks, and they would always station one person to sit in a chair by the TV, watching it backwards, and that person's job was to fix it when it went bad, and maybe he would go up and tune the fine tuning. Remember the days when TVs had fine tuning? Tune the fine tuning, perfect. Pull his hand away, it goes bad. So I had fun playing with people's bodies. And people are a lot better to teach faster, I think, than rats are, from my experience. One of my most fun times there was, one time I noticed 3 people working on the TV set. One of them had his hand on the middle of the screen. We were watching Mission Impossible. And his foot was up in the air on a chair, resting on a chair. So I made the picture go perfect. And then somebody said, okay, it's good now. So everybody relaxed. And the picture went bad when he took his hand off the screen. And somebody said, wait a minute, where were your bodies? Remember where your bodies were? And eventually, he put his hand back on the screen, and it went good. And he pulled it off, and it went bad. So with his hand on the screen, he now put his foot down from the chair onto the floor. And the picture went bad. And he put his foot back up on the chair, and it went good. And he turned around to the crowd, and he announced, it's a grounding effect. So we watched the last half of Mission Impossible, 1/2 hour, with a hand on the middle of a TV screen. For real. Another time they said it's an antenna problem. So they lifted the twin lead antenna up in the air and it fixed it. You know, and then after a while it went bad, so they lifted it a little higher. And it went bad, so they found a chair and stood in a chair. I finally got it to where it would work if the guy was up on his tiptoes and not if he came down on his heels. And the only regret I ever had playing all those little pranks on people, you know, like who would believe it? I never got caught once, but the only time I regretted was blanking out the end of the Kentucky Derby. All of a sudden, what you think were normal college students became animals. They started getting chairs and whacking that TV and they went nuts. And that scared me. That one I would never want to confess to. So I loved technology, I loved computers. I took my first computer course at the University of Colorado. Computer classes weren't for undergraduates back then, only a very few schools. But I was an engineering student, so I was allowed to take even graduate courses. And I took my first computer class, very good class, talking about compilers and operating systems and input and output devices and languages and everything. Incredible lucky course. And I got an A+ in the course, but I got put on probation for computer abuse. Actually, they called it abuse of computer time, but turns out that I was on a computer and I could finally program, and I love to program so much. I thought, I am going to write every program I can in the world. I'm just going to write program after program after program, and that was my life. That was all I wanted to do. Well, what do computers do? They calculate numbers. Where are numbers? Handbook of Chemistry and Physics. So I looked up a bunch of tables, you know, the Fibonacci numbers, the powers of 2, inverse powers of 2. I wrote 7 programs that would calculate tables of numbers. I'd run 7 programs and get 7 sets of outputs of 60 pages and 7 sets of punch cards to stick back in my deck so it would pick up on page 61, the next 60 pages, the next time. And I would run 7 programs times 3 times a day, times 60 pages each, piling up reams and reams of output in my dorm room. And dorm rooms are kind of small. And I was just so proud of this, and then they stopped my programs from running. I had to go visit the professor. He turned on a tape recorder, talked like I was out to get him. What do you mean? I'm a student, and I'm running programs. This isn't our class. I said, it's Fortran. It's a Fortran class. It's not our Fortran. He called the computer department in front of me. Turned out I had run the budget 5 times over. I didn't know they had budgets. I thought you're a student, you run computer programs. So I got trapped up in this budget system. The professor said, Mr. Wozniak should pay it. And this was more than tuition at the second most expensive out-of-state university in the country. So I didn't want my parents to know about that one. Didn't want to try and go back to that school, but actually the professor was getting out of paying, but they wouldn't have really ever billed me, but I was scared and thought they would. So the next year I went to De Anza College in Cupertino, and a friend of mine, I still wanted to program computers. I took courses that wouldn't even carry transfer credit to Berkeley. I just took courses on computers because I loved it and wanted to write better programs than anyone else in the class, and I did really well at that. A friend of mine came to me and said that he had a key to the computer room that he had made a copy of. So we would go down to the campus at midnight, unlock the doors. Larry would, he didn't program really, but he would start up the computer terminals, and we'd put a piece of blank paper on the terminal so it wouldn't leave a record for the school. It was an IBM 36040, and he would turn on the disk drives and turn on the printers, and this whole room of stuff comes on, and I would start running programs, cards through, you know, till 2, 3, 4 in the morning sometimes. And it was just one of those things you do. You got to be near a computer, no matter what. I don't know. We didn't hurt anyone. I don't know what we cost. You know, you kind of have, you know, the real solution was, it was this curiosity. How does the world work? Just like that little baby. By the time I got to Berkeley, I had a great year. I programmed computers for a year as a work to earn money for Berkeley. And now I got to go to school with a car for my 3rd year of college. That was great to have a car and be the one to drive everybody to Tijuana on the weekends to buy firecrackers. I got some good stories, but not here. Well, pretty much it was funny at the end of the year to go up and down our hallway and just full of burn marks for the most part. And they never caught me for fireworks at school, but one time a guy up on the 4th floor above my room threw one out, and he threw them out the window, and he got caught. So they probably thought all of them were coming from him. It's like back in high school, put a little M80 with a delayed fuse, a cigarette or something in a trash can, and out in the quad, and it blew up. Oh man, the next day they were all upset. They shut the student quad and the student room for lunch. And another guy set off a firecracker that day in the same trash can, only he got caught. That was the first time my mind ever thought, if you're gonna play a prank or something, it's better if it looks like someone else did it. Does anyone else ever do that? No. So we learn things different ways. So anyway, actually back at University of Colorado with my TV jammer, I built one of them into a magic marker, real well disguised, and slid it into the rings of a little binder while I was taking notes. And at the start of class, I was in a class that had 4 TV sets. Only some upper class students got to watch the professor live. So I'm in there with the 4 TV sets thinking, hey, I'll just see if this jammer works for fun and jam it and unjam it. And I jammed the TVs, and they didn't really jam very well because they were closed circuit. The TV right near me didn't really get jammed at all. The TV across the room got jammed the worst in different levels. All of a sudden, 3 older-looking students stood up in the front of class and they started looking us over. Very small class. And I was scared. They said, whoever's got the transmitter on, turn it off. Yeah, right. I'm going to reach down to my magic marker and click it off. So I'm sitting there kind of scared through the whole class. They're watching us closely and trying to figure out who's got it. And I figured at the end of class, we walk out and I'm safe. Near the end of class, there was a guy sitting under the TV that was jammed the worst. And he started gathering his books up to leave a little early. So as he walked towards the door, I started twisting the picture in and out, you know, less and worse, less and worse. And as he walked out the door, I made it go perfect, and I saw one of those TA guys point like this. And later I was telling the joke to a few friends, and one of those friends said he was sitting up near the front row, and the TA said, there he goes. Thank you. It's, I got another story like making somebody else look like they did it. So at Berkeley, I wound up with an incredible schedule. I was a junior. I took 4 graduate level computer courses because that's what interested me the first quarter. And they were all, luckily, in the same room of the same building. And 2 of them were on Tuesday, Thursday, 2 of them were Monday, Wednesday, as classes will be. And they were all one right after the other. So I could go into this classroom, sit down in one seat, and go through 2 classes in the same seat. Each day, I even had the same seat in the same classroom on the Monday, Wednesdays, and the Tuesday, Thursdays. And none of my classes started before noon. So I hope that was an agreeable schedule to anybody in the world. And there, kind of got into blue boxes. 2 days before going to Berkeley, on a Saturday, I picked up a copy of, I never read Esquire magazine, but there it was on my parents' table. I picked it up and read the story, The Secrets of the Little Blue Box, fiction by Ron Rosenblum. And I read this thing, and I was only halfway through this incredible story of engineers and smart people like myself hooking up wires and rewiring the networks of the phone network of America, and being smarter than all the engineers in the phone companies and going around doing this stuff just because they were wild, crazy guys. And this was just an amazing, amazing story. So halfway through, I called my best friend Steve Jobs, and I started reading him parts of the story, especially where this guy, Captain Crunch, is sort of boasting about what he can do, but sort of saying that he doesn't do it because he knows he's being tapped, you know, and wanting to say, Ma Bell knows I don't do that anymore, but I could. And I said, as I was reading it, I said to Steve, I said, this article doesn't read like fiction. It just reads too true. And as many of us in this room know, that article was 100% true. The closest image to exactly what the people said and what they were like, but it was called fiction. Well, Steve Jobs and I had a dilemma. How do we know if it's true or not? Is a 1 700 and 900 hertz, and a 2, 700 and 1100 or whatever, are these the right ones? They'd given a few examples, so we went down to Slack the next day, Sunday. Nothing, and we got in, and we started going through all the books in the library, and finally I was holding a blue book, CCITT, and there was a list of numbers and frequencies, and the ones that were in the Esquire article matched exactly. They hadn't even changed the frequencies. Steve and I looked at each other, and we sort of knew that this whole thing called phone phreaking wasn't fiction, it was real. And we rushed home and quickly that day built a couple of oscillators, didn't quite get enough quality to succeed with a phone call. We believed in telling our parents what we did. They just said, don't use our phones. So if and we were true to that. I had internal philosophy that if I believed something was somehow justified right enough for me to do, I could tell my parents. And good, it kept me from doing some really bad things. But I figured even in this blue box area, if I actually did it and got caught, I was young enough to get my wrist slapped. And that was the one time in my life I'd really be able to do something like this if it was real. Well, and oddly enough, by the time we actually finally got our first blue box call to work from Steve's house, we immediately drove up to Berkeley and never made another call from our own houses. We obeyed our parents' rule. So, they were willing to let us have some of our fun and explore these new things we were into, as long as we didn't quite do it, in a way that would impinge them. Well, after a while, I had developed this blue box, and I'll get into, we managed to meet the unknown Captain Crunch back then, which is very lucky. But after that, Steve Jobs came and he said, let's sell them. Everything I ever invented in my life, he'd come and say, let's sell it. There's a few examples of that. There's a few examples of that. And it was funny because we would actually sell them door to door in the dorms. How do you sell something door to door in the dorms if it's illegal? You knock on the door, is Joe Franks there? Who's he? Well, the guy that makes the free phone calls? Don't know. You start to scope the guy out. Is he cool or not? And then you can pull something out of your pocket. One of these things. They say, oh, that's a blue box. I've heard about those. And you can say, well, get everybody you know who knows somebody in another country down here at 7 tonight. We'd show up with amplified speakers and tape recorders and tape the whole thing. And I was very shy, but for an hour and a half, I was master of ceremonies, explaining all the famous phone freaks and the stories and what they could do and how amazing it was and the flaws in the phone system. And then we'd start making calls around the world, and you call the phone in the next room over, and you talk in one phone, you hear it a second later, and all these great, amazing things. But it really gave me like the first time in my life I was on a stage. So we had a lot of fun doing that. One time we tried to sell one to some guys in a pizza parlor, and they liked our demonstration in the back, but they didn't have the money to pay for it. So we went out to our car and got in it, and this guy came over and pointed a gun right in the car at Steve Jobs. He wanted the blue box. So he got the blue box real quick. However, he didn't know how to use it, so he gave us a phone number. We weren't super smart with phone numbers back then, but now we had a number, and occasionally we could call that number. Somebody would say, call another number. It's a pay phone, and we'd talk to this guy, Charles, and he just wanted to pay us someday, but could we meet him somewhere and give him instructions on how to use it? So I was toying with one approach of telling him, instead of starting out with an 800 number, start out with an 808, so he'd get billed for every call. Or maybe telling him a way that would get him busted for sure. Use a 555 number. But we never went that far. While we were doing all this stuff and reading articles about people like Captain Crunch, guy that used a whistle and got a neat name, Steve said he heard that he did an interview on a station around the San Jose area. And we tried to go through that station, didn't get a hold of John Draper, didn't know his name. The FBI probably didn't know his name, I don't think. So then a guy came by my dorm room one day from high school, and he said, I started telling him all the phone stories, and he said, I know who Captain Crunch is. Don't tell anyone. His name is John Draper. He worked at KKUP in Cupertino. Whoa, what a surprise. So we called KKUP, and we said, is John Draper there? And they said, he dropped out right after the Esquire article, dropped out of sight. So we knew we had the right guy, and 10 minutes later the phone rang, and I had been seeding my dorms with stories of the biggest hero in phone freaking and all the amazing things he'd done, and I'd exaggerated the stories, and everybody in the dorm knew that he was going to come visit me that night, and probably everybody was nervously looking out their windows hoping to get a glimpse of this incredible, kind of, what do you call the opposite of a hero? Zero. Whatever. So the door, my roommate stayed in the door. He wanted to see what John Draper looked like. And Steve Jobs and I were there, and there was a knock on the door, and I went and opened it. And I was expecting the suavest, guy in the world with coats, sport coats, and the man with the woman. Opened it up, and there he is, kind of ragged, missing teeth, and he's John Draper. And I looked a little stunned, and he said, I am he, Captain Crunch. Some people had a boring night that night, and they have nothing that they can remember to this day to talk about. But boy, you don't forget something like that. Anyway, he came in, he started explaining codes, he started helping us get our first successful international calls to go. We went out to Kip's Pizza Parlor until 2 in that morning trading codes. And then I had a little problem. My car was back an hour down the bay. I had to drive back at night and get my car at Steve Jobs' house and drive it back up to Berkeley. And it was kind of late at night. Well, on the way back, Steve's generator was bad and his car broke down on the freeway. We said, well, you know what? Crunch was going to come back this way in his van. Maybe he can give us a ride. So let's get to a payphone. We walked to a payphone at a gas station and said, let's try to use the blue box. We've never done it from a payphone, but John had given us a little advice that night in the pizza parlor, and we made a call. Steve Jobs makes the call on the blue box, and the operator comes on the line. And he hangs up all scared. The operator came on the line. Whoa. So we said, let's try it again. And we tried it again. The operator came on the line, and we got so scared we put quarters in, and a cop car pulled up. Cop pulls up. And we had long hair back then, so the cop walked past me and shone his flashlight into the bushes. And his back was turned to me. So Steve Jobs, shaking hand, passed me the blue box, and I had a coat on, so I got it in my pocket. Whew. Then the cops turn back around, and they search us. And they find this thing in my pocket with a keypad. And a cop said, "What is it?" And I said, "It's an electronic music synthesizer. It makes tones." And I played a couple of notes, not enough that he would know it wasn't music. But this cop, he's holding the blue box. He says, "What's the orange button for?" And Steve Jobs said, "That's for calibration." The cops, this is our story. A second cop came up. Cop took the blue box first thing, and he says, "What's this?" And I said, "Oh, it's an electronic music synthesizer to make music electronically." And those things were unheard of back then. I mean, the Moog synthesizer had just come out, and getting some fame. He said, "What's the orange button for?" Steve Jobs says, "That's for calibration. It's computer controlled." And cop looks at it and he says, "Where does the computer plug in?" Steve says, "Oh, that's inside." Well, these cops, we knew we were caught, so, that's how it is. So the cop said, "What's happened?" We said, "Our car broke down," and the cop said, "We'll take you out to it." So we got in the cop car. They're holding the blue box in the front seat. This cop turned around, passed it back to me in the back seat, and he said, "Well, a guy named Moog beat you to it." Sometimes you can't write a story as what really happens. That was the night we met Captain Crunch. Of course, I finally got home. I ride with John Draper, and I drove back to Berkeley in about 3 or 4 in the morning, fell asleep, totaled my car, no collision insurance, lost my whole car, everything. Walked into the dorm room at Berkeley, walked an hour and a half from Oakland, walked in on my roommate at 7:30 in the morning, and I said, "Good thing I didn't pay the $25 parking fee this quarter." I mean, you got to joke about anything in the world, no matter how bad or hard it is. As has often been told, yes, I did actually place a call to the Pope once from the blue box in the dorms, one of these tape-recorded demos, and sold the blue box the next day. And as John Draper likes to say, I was calling the Pope to make a confession. Well, eventually, I wound up with an incredible job without a degree yet, working for Hewlett-Packard. I took the next year off to work to earn money for my 4th year of college. And I got a job at Hewlett-Packard designing calculators. The Hewlett-Packard Scientific Calculator, the HP35 had come out. It was the most incredible product in the world to engineers. It was going to change life forever for us. And how could you ever luck into a job designing them? Even though I worked all day long designing at Hewlett-Packard, when I came home, I didn't want to get away from electronics. I wanted to keep doing it. I wanted to keep doing fun things. So I had lots of outside projects. Probably the one I'm most proud of, as a matter of fact, I think some media interviewed me the other day, "What are you most proud of in your life?" And I really said, it's this. I started the first dial-a-joke in the Bay Area. I had had a year of blue boxing at Berkeley. I had learned about dial-a-jokes around the world. We never had one in the Bay Area. I wanted to start a dial-a-joke. Sounds easy. You couldn't buy an answering machine, right? You couldn't buy a telephone back then. This is 1971, 1972. And so how do you do it? It's pretty expensive. I just wanted to. Nobody else had ever done it in the San Francisco Bay Area. You've maybe met a lot of people in your life that started companies, right? But you've only met one probably that started the first dial-a-joke ever in a regional area. This is probably the wrong crowd to say I'm the only one. But anyway, had to rent a very expensive machine from the phone company. It broke down. The tape ran out from so much use. It ran out after a month, and I always made them replace it with a new machine. So I was getting my money's worth by having to rent it at a high price. And it was kind of cool because it was a little bit like chat rooms were eventually to be on the internet. I could get tons of calls coming into an answer machine all day, and after work I could come home and take live calls. "Hello, thank you for dialing dial-a-joke. Today's Polish joke is," and I would tell a joke quickly. "Thank you for dialing dial-a-joke," and hang up. Matter of fact, in my blue box days, I liked humor so much, I had built one special button on my blue box that would go automatically dial a call. One call, and it dialed Happy Ben in Los Angeles. Anyone remember Happy Ben? There's this old guy singing "Happy Days Are Here Again." That was my favorite thing. So now I had my own dial-a-joke, but I could come home and take live calls. And when I took live calls, I always had books of insults by me so I could always beat the kids. Even though I was older, they would normally beat me with ability to talk and communicate and come up with clever ideas, but not if I had books in front of me. So I'd collect notes on all the schools in the area, and if somebody called from Oak Ridge High School, I'd say, oh yeah, you know, does Mr. Wilson still have those big glasses he wears? Yeah, you know him. They thought I knew everybody in that area.
Hello everyone out there. So, that should be, can anyone hear me? Hang on a moment. Just want to do another sound test real quick. Okay, the sound's working. That was, and let's see if I can reposition myself here. I'm trying to remember how I do this. There was a way to do this. Hang on a moment. Open the chat here. Whatever. You're gonna have to put up with me with a small window. So basically that was the Steve Wozniak keynote talk from Hackers on Planet Earth. And for those, and hi Tilsiamona, and for those who want to see the rest of it, it's on channel 2600 on YouTube. It's all archived on the 2600 YouTube channel. And I realize I need to actually raise this. There we go. Now I think you can hear me better. And and to note that you probably want to go for the audio version because the video version does have an audio mistake where everything drops out. So, as I start to follow with this Jitsi, up next we're going to have a quick talk by McMackWright. He was previously in the chat, but unfortunately just because of timing, because he's from all the way from down under, Australia, the place that was on fire before California became on fire, he had to bounce, but he did send us a pre-recording, so this is probably going to be one of the most jank moments during our meeting tonight, so I'm going to load the video in, resize it, audio, put it on, turn it off, turn it on again so you can watch his pre-recording, and then we're going to get to our two main talks. So if you can bear with me here, I'm going to add this media source in. It's going to look really jank, trust me, Mr. Mac, right? It's going to look really jank, so just as a warning. You're just going to be like, wow, what's going on? Am I being hacked? No, you're not. You're not getting hacked. Although you shouldn't be surprised if you thought you were, because this is DEFCON 201. We are a computer hacker group out of Jersey City, New Jersey. We meet at Subculture, which is at 260 Newark Avenue in downtown Jersey City. It's about 5 blocks away from the PATH train, Grove Street Station PATH train. And if you want to know more about us, you can go to our website at defcon201.org. And if you like the content you see, you can hit like, share, subscribe, click that bell on Twitch, DLive, and yes, we're back on YouTube. And if you do follow us on there, we get notifications and we'll cheer you on and all of that jazz. But let's load up McMackWright's talk about Apple gaming stuff, and it's going to be a little jank, and then it should be mostly smooth sailings until we probably get to my talk, so this should be fun. So here we go. I told you it's going to be jank.
So
Don't worry, I'm gonna replay this again because this is like the behind-the-scenes setup you don't see,
primarily
where I'm like
gaming on
resizing everything.
So
I have everything else
iPhone,
like perfectly
iPad,
lined up
Apple
except for the
TV,
Jitsi
and
because
Mac.
you know. Jitsi drives
So
us
I
all
originally
crazy.
set up Mr.
So,
McRae
and now I'm going
around
to enable
2013, but
the
I've
audio on
actually
this,
been
and
doing
I'm
it
going to
since
turn my
about
audio off so you'll be able to
2007,
hear, and
that's
I am going
besides
to
the point.
restart that video. And this is actually a good time to do that because apparently there's an argument going on in the building with our neighbors because that's how you know we're in Jersey City. So let's try this and enjoy. Hold on. There we go. Enjoy. Let's look into Mac gaming.
Okay, so I run a small YouTube channel called
Alright, hold
Mr.
on a moment.
McRae.
Oh
This
boy,
channel
here we
primarily
go.
focuses around gaming
Why
and
is it-
Apple products, so we're talking
But we're
iPhone.
gonna fix this. It's not DEFCON 201 unless we have very bad technical difficulties for no reason. Let's see here. So it works on here. Let's try to load it in again. It's like this is like its own tutorial in itself. By the way, how is everyone out there on out there on the interwebs? I know that, you know, especially for those of you in the United States and even in abroad, that like things are kind of not the best right now. So I know that's kind of a loaded question. Let's see. I have to do that.
So I run a small YouTube.
Okay, so for some reason I cannot hear. Oh, that's where. Maybe that works. There we go. Hold on. All right, so we're gonna get to Mac Rights talk. I think he's also temporarily and might be temporarily in chat. If he does, he'll answer questions in chat. Here we go. Mac gaming time. Strap in. We're headed for a marathon.
A small YouTube channel called Mr. Macrat. Okay, so I run a small YouTube channel called Mr. Macrat. This channel primarily focuses around gaming on Apple products, so we're talking iPhone, iPad, Apple TV, and Mac. So I originally set up Mr. Macrat in around 2013, but I've actually been doing it since about 2007, but that's besides the point. Originally in 2013, when I fully set it up, it was just a way to show my high school friends that you could play some fun games on a Mac computer, which is obviously a lot of the time frowned upon. I wasn't expecting anyone to actually watch my terrible content at the time. It was really bad. If you happen to follow me back then, I used a robot voice to narrate my videos. Basically, the content was just a bit of fun for myself and my friends, and I left it there for a year and I didn't look at it. I came back and I had like, I don't know, 100,000 views on a few of the videos, and I was like, what the hell? So I quickly discovered that there were many Mac users that were searching online regarding games that they could play on their Mac, but there was pretty much no one or not many people making content around this area. So I honed in on that and I started making Mac gaming content, which I then evolved to cover all the Apple platforms, as pretty much there is no one doing that either, still to this day, which I find quite weird. But yeah, it is what it is. So besides that, I've been gaming in the Apple ecosystem since around I'm going to say 1999. That's my earliest memory, when I was just about, I don't know, 4 years old. I was gaming on PowerPC Macs, which was arguably, I would say, the best time to be a Mac gamer. I even went into video game stores in the early 2000s to buy CD-based Mac games. For example, I've still got heaps of these, like The Sims 2 and Ford Racing 2, Star Wars Battlefront, which hardly anyone even knows is on Mac today, the original, obviously. And I've also seen the Mac transition to Intel, and how that both, I'm going to say, negatively and positively impacted gaming on a Mac. It depends how you look at it. I was an early user for gaming on iPhone and iPad. In fact, I believe I have downloaded well over 700 games on the App Store, but which is crazy. But most of that is through, running a YouTube channel, and yeah. And then obviously, well, not obviously, but I have been there when the Apple TV launched, and I've been gaming on that platform for a long time, and not many people even know that an Apple TV has games on it, which I find interesting. So I'd like to point out that, contrary to popular belief, Apple has always had some sort of a focus in regards to gaming. That said, it's evolved time and time again. The main reason for getting strongly into gaming was with the introduction of the App Store in around 2008. That brings me to what I'm pretty much going to be discussing today, which is, I guess, a very short bio or description of in-app purchases on the App Store, and how Apple today are pushing for more, I guess, console or AAA or high-end games for iPhone, iPad, and hopefully Mac. So first, in-app purchases. So with the success of the App Store over 10 years ago, Apple quickly created a booming market for developers. Seemingly, it was a place that you could easily publish your games to, and for small developers, it gave you a better chance to be seen in the public eye than before. So in the early days, apps were, I would say, premium paid apps or free apps, and were highly tailored towards the touchscreen. You didn't really see, you know, pay-to-win games or heaps of microtransactions and all that stuff. It wasn't really until more eyes came in. It wasn't until more eyes came onto the platform that in-app purchases and ads became, I would say, a well-known method for developers to earn large amounts of revenue. It was so much, in fact, that games were sometimes more tailored around this freemium model than providing a quality experience. This also meant that getting your game or app seen on the App Store in front of a lot of people was quite difficult. So, Apple Arcade. This was an attempt to tackle this problem when they released it last year in September. I would say Apple Arcade goes back to the glory days of mobile gaming, around the 2008 to 2011-12 era. It focuses on what gamers are looking for: uninterrupted gaming. So there are no ads or in-app purchases, and you can play the games offline, so you can play them anywhere you want. So while it's not easy to determine if Apple Arcade has positively impacted the gaming market, Apple Arcade has certainly, I would say, shone light on some of the most unique indie games I've come across, and I love how it supports lesser known developers from all over the world. Fun fact, a large percentage of developers on Apple Arcade are from my country, Australia, which I think is really cool, considering that creative people in Australia often don't get that much attention, especially in video games and the film industry, but that's another topic. So yeah, for the most part, the service provides indie and casual games, which some are a fan of and some are not so much. But I personally, indie and casual games are kind of, not so much casual, but indie games are kind of what I go for personally, but so it really works for me. And then outside of Apple Arcade in 2020, Apple has been harder on developers for using, I would say, kind of shady monetization practices. This has resulted in Apple showcasing more premium games on the storefront of the App Store. So we are getting games with quality experiences instead of, you know, pay to win freemium stuff. Those are still there, but just not as much, I found from personal experience. I'd also say with updated controller support and iPhone and iPad hardware being pretty much on par with 8th gen consoles, we're seeing an influx of console games nowadays. We're talking Grid Autosport, Company of Heroes, NBA 2K, Call of Duty Mobile, even I think the Warzone mode is coming to mobile, which is crazy, and Apex Legends, Sky Children of the Light, and so forth. Not to mention, we have some really cool upcoming games. I'm just going to mention one, which is Divinity Original Sin 2, which is going to be for iPad, which I just think is crazy that is where we're at. That is a massive game with like hundreds of hours of gameplay, incredible graphics, and I'm really excited for that. Anyways, despite all that, I'm just hoping that these advancements mean more developers will take the Apple platform more seriously for pushing more fleshed out experiences. Mac in itself is still going through transitions. Now it's going to Apple Silicon, and it's kind of hard to say what that will mean for Mac gaming. Apple has promised that it will be easier for developers to publish more high-end games, but they often say stuff like this, so only time will tell. But when speaking with developers that are currently working with Apple Silicon Macs, they are saying that it's looking good, but we'll see. Yeah, thank you for listening. I'll pass you back to the program.
And that was, if you hackers out there can hear me, that was the talk that Mr. Macwright did for gaming on modern Apple machines. including this one I'm trying to futz around with that was lended to us by Squirtle, who's one of our members. Although, like an Apple product, it is a modern Apple product, I should say. It is giving me a hard time, which is why I'm hacking away at it, literally. I will also mention that if you see me drop out at some point, it's because I'm trying to find something really cool on the camera. But and again, if you like the content that you see here and like what we normally do to our meetings, you can hit like, share, subscribe, hit that bell, follow us on Twitch, D Live, or YouTube, and everything, and we will notice and cheer you on when you do that. Now, we have a lot of content, so we're a little bit over time here, so we're going to jump right in. This honestly has me really excited because this is a really cool dude. I've seen his talks a couple of times on YouTube for the Objective at the Sea conference, which is a convention for Apple for people who are security researchers who research security issues in 0 days on Apple products, and it happens in Hawaii nearly every year, and thankfully they did theirs this year before COVID fully kicked in back in March. But Thomas here is going to go through kind of the history of Mac malware, where it currently is at, and also how it's going to progress and what the future of that landscape might be like. So I'm going to unmute our Jitsi chat, and I will then say take it away to Tom.
Um, looks like, yeah. Perfect. All right, sounds good. And are you are you seeing my screen okay? Awesome. All right, sounds good. Well, all right. So today, what we're going to be talking about is the rise of Mac malware, and we're not only going to be looking at where we are today in terms of the malware, the threat landscape, but also where we started from. So we're going to be going back in time to Woz's days back at Apple. First, before we get into that, just a little bit about me. My name is Thomas Reed, and I work for Malwarebytes. So I've worked for Malwarebytes for over 5 years now, and before that, I was doing security work for a number of years before that. So I've been in the community for a while, and I've seen a lot of things. So a lot of this is going to be firsthand knowledge. So we're going to go all the way back to 1982 to start with the Elk cloner virus. Now, Elk cloner, contrary to popular belief, this malware actually affected Apple computers first. This was really the first major virus, the first one that was really widespread, and it affected Apple II computers. Most people would tend to think, oh, well, the first virus had to have affected, a DOS system or a Windows system or maybe Unix, but no, it was actually this was affecting Apple hardware. Now, of course, there were viruses before this, but they weren't really widespread. They were more restricted. And fortunately for people who got infected, Elk Cloner was really just a prank that would every now and then show this message, shown it right here on the screen. I think it was once every 100 boots or something like that. So a few years later, 1988, we saw a piece of malware called Seven Dust. This was also a virus, so it was capable, like Elk Cloner, of spreading on its own. And it was also not intentionally malicious for the most part, but some versions did delete files. So we're getting a little more into the malicious territory here rather than rank. And one interesting thing about this is that way back then, this malware was polymorphic and encrypted. And that's something that, you know, we still don't see a lot of that in modern Mac malware. So this is kind of interesting that way back then we were seeing something this sophisticated that was evading detection, and we don't see that much anymore. 1989, this is actually the first virus that I personally encountered. This was the WDEF virus, and I came across this in a campus computer lab where I was working. A student came up and he had a floppy disk and it wasn't working correctly. I don't remember anymore how I knew what the problem was, because at the time I really hadn't gotten my interest in security yet. But I did know that it was likely to be WDEF because it infected the desktop file. And for those who are not sufficiently long in the tooth to remember those days, the desktop file on the old classic Mac system was an executable file that lived on every single disk. And when you mounted the disk or inserted the floppy disk, it would immediately execute the desktop file. And because WDEF infected that file, it meant that the virus would execute every time you inserted a disk, and it would spread to every other disk on the system. And this wasn't directly malicious, but it could cause accidental crashes and, of course, disk corruption, which is not a good thing. Fortunately, the fix for this was really easy. You just hold down the Option key and stick the floppy disk into the disk drive, and it immediately rebuilds the desktop file, removing all the malware. But this one kind of holds a special place for me because it was the first one I ever saw. Back in '95, we started getting into some more interesting things like the concept virus. Now, this is the first really cross-platform malware, and it was cross-platform because it was a word macro virus. So these would, it would take the form of a malicious macro in a Word file. And if you loaded that up, and it would run and it would do something malicious. Now, in the case of Concept, it was not actually malicious, but later word macro viruses were malicious. And unfortunately, these kinds of viruses actually caused the demise of one of the most well-known and iconic pieces of antivirus software in Mac history, which is Disinfectant by John Norstad. Because Disinfectant was not able to deal with these word macro viruses, John Norstad eventually discontinued that piece of software, to my great disappointment. I love that piece of software. So in 2004, this is actually after the OS X transition. So before 2000, it was all system, just called the system. It was System 1 through System 9. After 2000, it became OS X. And it's been OS X ever since, until Big Sur gets released this year. So this was post OS X. OS X kind of killed off all the old malware that had been floating around for systems 1 through 9, because none of that malware would work on the new architecture, the new system. But of course, the malware authors started to adapt and create new malware for OS X, and Renipo was one of those. And this was a Trojan, so it was not a classic virus anymore. It was just a Trojan. You had to be tricked into opening it. And this was really the first Mac backdoor. It would open up a backdoor and allow the people behind it to get access to your computer and exfiltrate a lot of data. Then in 2007, we saw the emergence of something called RS Plug. This was also called DNS Changer. And what this software would do is it would actually change your DNS server settings, and it would replace whatever your DNS server was with the address of a malicious DNS server. And that server would redirect some sites to phishing sites. So for example, if you were trying to load your bank site, it might go to a malicious lookalike bank site to get your credentials. And this is really the first really overt financial malware on the Mac. You know, something like Renipo could, of course, exfiltrate data, and you could potentially monetize on that. But this was directly going after things like your bank account credentials for the first time. Then 2008, we saw a program called Mac Sweeper. If you look at this old janky UI from yesteryear, you probably might think this kind of looks a little familiar. We see a lot of programs very similar to this these days. Lots of junk cleaning tools that say, oh yeah, they'll clean up your system and make it run faster. You know, you just have to pay some money to do it. And of course, they always tell you, oh, your system is in terrible shape. So we see all this stuff today. This is really the first Mac PUP, or potentially unwanted program. And a lot of times these things use, you know, sneaky installation methods, pretending to be something they're not, and that sort of thing. And this was no exception. This was just the first time we'd ever seen that sort of thing. In 2010, we saw the first appearance of something called Opinion Spy. That's the malware name for software from a company called Premier Opinion. And this was really the first Mac adware. What this adware would do is you went to 7artscreensavers.com and you download one of their screensavers and install it. But in the process, you'd get this other thing that got installed, and this thing would spy on you. It would collect your browser history and send that off to Premier Opinion. Now, at the time, we really, you know, hadn't seen that sort of thing before too much, and so this was considered to be spyware at the time. Now, the modern definition of spyware has evolved a little bit since then. You know, we would typically think of spyware today as something that's going to look through the webcam or do keylogging or, you know, listen through the microphone, take screenshots, all that kind of thing. Today, we would call this kind of malware adware instead of spyware. But one interesting tidbit here is that Premier Opinion still exists today. They still make adware. And because of that, this is actually the oldest piece of malware that is still operating today. Now, obviously, it's not in exactly the same form, but they've continued to evolve their malware over the years. Then in 2017, we saw what is potentially one of the most interesting pieces of malware that I've seen. And this is a piece of malware called Fruit Fly. This was a really sophisticated backdoor. It had code for just about anything you might want to do. It could simulate key presses, simulate mouse clicks, move the cursor all around the screen, take screenshots, you know, look through the webcam, look, you know, listen through the microphone, had a backdoor, you name it. And what's really interesting about this is that when it was discovered in 2017, as people were investigating, it started to look like this malware had been around for at least 10 years, if not longer. You know, a lot of the code in it was fairly old. There was code in there that referred to G worlds. And if you're an old school Mac programmer, and you happen to have copies of Inside Macintosh in your house, you could actually open up one of those books and you could read about G worlds. And so this is really old school stuff. And of course, there was some more modern code in there as well. There's also a very interesting legal case. This is one of the few pieces of Mac malware where we uh, know pretty well for certain who did it, and they have actually been caught. So this was first observed at Case Western Reserve, which is a university in the Cleveland area. And they got contacted by a third party who came and told them, hey, we see signs of an infection in your network. Here are some IOCs to look for. And as Case Western investigated, they found that there were more than 100 infected machines in their environment. So of course they contacted the FBI. They started investigating, and very quickly they were able to link this malware to a former student because of some fairly poor OPSEC. So there was a particular IP address that this malware called into a command server. Interestingly enough, there was an alumni email account that had been connected to from that same IP address. So that allowed them to put 2 and 2 together and point the finger at Philip Durachinsky, a former Case Western Reserve student and alumni. And they arrested him on January 25th, 2017. He is actually still in jail in the Cleveland area. The trial has been going through a number of different processes. The latest was trying to dismiss a lot of the evidence, but the trial has now been set for sometime in early 2021. And interestingly, when the FBI seized the equipment from Mr. Durachinsky, they found over 20 million files collected from infected endpoints, including a number of files containing child pornography that were created through the malware, through the webcam. And so this is really disturbing stuff. This was not some sort of a nation state thing. It wasn't, somebody just looking for financial information. It was somebody who was spying on average everyday people and collecting their data and watching them through their webcams. So with all that history, let's take a look at where we are now in terms of Mac threats. And to start, we're just going to look at a little data from 2019. So in January, we at Malwarebytes, we look back at our data from 2019 from the whole year. And, we noticed here that overall for all of our detections, Mac detections made up about 14%, which it doesn't seem like that big of a chunk of the pie, really. However, we do have a lot fewer Mac devices that are running Malwarebytes than Windows machines. A lot of people on Mac think, oh, Macs don't get viruses, so they don't run antivirus software. So we have a lot fewer of those. So we decided to take a look at the detections per machine. And when we looked at that, we saw that on a Mac, the detections per machine on average were almost 2 times more than what we were seeing on Windows. Now, again, this is just machines that have Malwarebytes installed, so your mileage may vary. If you're looking at someone else's data, you may see something a little different. We also saw that Mac detections as a whole for 2019 were about 4 times higher than they were for 2018. So it's definitive here that Mac malware is on the rise. We are seeing an increase. So what are we actually seeing? If you look at the top 10 threats that we see, those 10 account for over 84% of the total Mac detections. And every one of them, all 10 of them, are all either potentially unwanted programs or adware. None of these are really overt malware. And here I'm drawing the line between adware and malware as being Adware is more targeting advertisers and affiliate programs. Your machine gets infected, but you are not the intended victim. You're suffering inconvenience, but the advertisers and the affiliates are suffering the financial consequences. Malware is targeting you directly. It's trying to get your bank account information. It's trying to spy on you through the webcam or the microphone. It's trying to collect your data, that sort of thing. So if we're looking at actual malware, the most common one that we see is only 0.3% of our total detections on the Mac, which is not big. So, actual malware is not that widespread on the Mac, but it's also the worst stuff that you could get on your Mac. So you do need to be really cautious about this. So let's take a look at what some of the malware is that we have been seeing so far in 2020. The first one, and we're going to start at the newest, the most recent, and sort of go backwards. The newest is one called XCSset, or also known as Dub Robber. And this one was a malicious executable that was added to an Xcode project. Now, we still don't really know exactly how it got there, whether this was first distributed as a malicious Xcode project or whether there was some other dropper that inserted the malicious code into the Xcode project. But either way, once you've got this Xcode project, if you open it and run it, it will infect your machine. And when your machine gets infected, it will download a fake Xcode app, and it will set things up so that when you try to open Xcode, it opens the malicious app, which will then open the real Xcode app. And this malware has a whole bunch of payload modules for different purposes. And most of the payloads are all written in AppleScript, which is really interesting. We see a lot of scripts, a lot of scripting languages being used in Mac malware, things like Python, Perl, shell scripts, you name it. But very little of Mac malware uses AppleScript so extensively. We may see some malware that will every now and then use OSA script in a shell script or Python to execute a single set of AppleScript commands to do something specific, because AppleScript is very powerful. It gives you some really neat ways that you can interact with the system that other scripting languages would find more difficult. But despite that, we see such extensive use of AppleScript in this, which is very, very unique. And so here I've got, an image. You might have trouble reading all of that, but this is just a screenshot of a whole bunch of the modules that were downloaded from the command and control server. And if you look at just the names, you can see there's a very wide range of capabilities. There's a lot of capability for doing data theft, exfiltration of data. There's some modules for doing ransom. We haven't actually seen those active in any infections, but who knows how this is being used. It could have been used against somebody in a very targeted manner, and we wouldn't know about it. We also see that it's capable of doing browser injection, so it can inject into Chrome and Safari and change websites however it likes. So this is very powerful. It can be used to do phishing. It can be used to monitor all of your browsing activity, really a lot of things. It also has screen capture capabilities, and the malware can actually spread itself to other Xcode projects, which is sort of virus-like activity, which is pretty uncommon with Mac malware. Interestingly, that kind of behavior has become a little bit more common. We started seeing it in 2020 for the first time in a while. And that's just an example of some of the capabilities. There are plenty of others. Now, this malware is actually not very widespread from our data that we're seeing. It's mostly seen in India by a large chunk and just sort of incidentally in some other locations. We still really don't know who is behind it or who the potential targets might be. Because we see so many cases in India, which, India is not one of the countries that we have a huge number of, a huge install base in. So the fact that that dominates does suggest that the intended targets are probably in India. The next one that we saw was something called Thief Quest. We originally called it Evil Quest until we discovered that there was actually an older legitimate game that's still on the market called Evil Quest, and so we changed the name. But Thief Quest was downloaded via torrents. So you can see here in this screenshot, this is a screenshot of an English translation from a Russian torrent site. You can see here where the red arrow is pointing, there was a download link for Little Snitch, which is a very popular firewall app on Mac. And if you actually downloaded that, you would get Little Snitch, but the installer would also give you a little bonus. It would give you this malware. And there were several other cases of legitimate apps being distributed through torrents with this malware added into the installer. So at first glance, this looked like ransomware. It would encrypt files sort of sporadically, not reliably. It would drop a ransom note on the desktop, again, kind of unreliably. It didn't happen in all cases. And it would also even use AppleScript to use Apple's text-to-speech capabilities to tell the user your files are being encrypted. At one point when I was playing with this malware, my test machine was literally yelling at me about my computer being encrypted. So, it seemed like a no-brainer. Hey, this is ransomware, right? Well, as we investigated and others investigated further, it started looking like maybe this wasn't actually ransomware. And the folks over at Bleeping Computer actually found, they noticed a couple of interesting things, thanks to their more extensive experience with Windows ransomware. One is that if you read over this ransom note, there's no email address in there. So typical ransomware is going to have some kind of an email address. So you can contact the people behind the ransomware so that you can send them a payment, get your decryption keys, etc. So that's completely missing, which is weird. And then the other thing, you can't tell just by looking at this single README that I've got a screenshot of. But if you start looking at the README files from a whole bunch of different computers, you'll notice that the Bitcoin address in every single one of them is the same. And that's not normal. So for real ransomware, each computer would have its own Bitcoin address, because otherwise the ransomware authors would have no way of knowing who paid. Somebody could pay a ransom, but then they can't verify that the person who's emailing them to tell them they paid is actually the person who paid. So at this point, we think that this ransom is actually just a distraction. And what exactly is it distracting us from? It's actually exfiltrating a huge amount of data. So as I was playing with this, I actually noticed a large number of post connections going out to the command and control server via HTTP, not HTTPS. So this was all going out in clear text, unencrypted. And if you look at the screenshot here, this is just one example. You'll see it has the contents of the post really had two components. One was the path to a file on the hard drive that it was being exfiltrated. In this case, it was something called passwords.doc. The other part is what looks like a base 64 encoded string, and that is in fact exactly what it is, and that string is the contents of the file. And of course, base 64 is easily reversed. So here we are, the malware sending this data. Not only is this going to the folks behind the malware, but it's going completely unencrypted so that anyone else who's able to snoop on this network traffic is going to be able to also capture those documents. It also contained the capability for keylogging, although we didn't see that in action when we were testing this malware. And it also does viral infection of other binaries, which, as I mentioned before, is it has been until this year, fairly uncommon. But what it will do is it would scan through the user folder, and any mock-O binaries that it finds, it would tack a little malicious bit of code onto the beginning. And so where we saw this happening was with Google Chrome updater code, which for some reason is put into the user folder. I don't know exactly why. Makes it very easy to tamper with no need for root permissions. And so we saw those files getting modified. Interestingly enough, though, when you open Chrome, it would just replace those files with fresh copies rather than executing them. So that didn't really work well, but it might work well for something else. And then in a big facepalm moment, the folks over at Sentinel-1 figured out that the encryption key was actually written in plain text to the end of the encrypted files. And so they were able to create a decryptor. So anyone who's actually had files encrypted by this malware, they can very easily decrypt those files. So then going back a little further, we saw BirdMiner. This is actually one that was first seen in 2019, but we're continuing to see iterations on this in 2020. And this is a crypto miner. And it was distributed via piracy of audio apps. So especially on the VST crack site, there were just hundreds of downloads of various audio software that they'd all been cracked, and you could download them from there and install them. And of course, when you install them, you get the cracked app, but you also get a little bonus. You get the malware. And this malware is kind of interesting. It has some analysis avoidance in it. So it does a couple fairly simple things. One is that if it sees activity monitor in the process listing, it's going to unload the malware temporarily. So this kind of prevents not only malware researchers from looking at it, maybe you're looking at activity monitor to see what's running, and of course, then the malware is not going to be running anymore. Also, if somebody is starting to get suspicious, well, why is my CPU going? Why are my fans going? What's taking up all the processor time? As soon as they open Activity Monitor to check, it's gone. It'll disappear from the list. It will also unload the miner if the CPU usage goes above 85%. So again, this is to prevent the user from starting to become suspicious. It also uses a very unique method of code obfuscation. Now, code obfuscation is not a stranger to Mac malware. We do see that a lot, but in this case, what the malware authors chose to do is when the system's infected, it installs QEMU, which is an emulator, and it also installs a tiny core VM file. And it'll load up that VM file with QEMU and start it running. Now, if you look in that VM file, if you actually load it up yourself, you'll find that it contains the xmrig miner set to load on startup as soon as that Linux system boots. So this is really unique. It's not something we've seen a lot. It means that you can't see that xmrig is running in the memory, in the Mac's memory, because it's not. It's running in the tiny core VM memory. You also can't see xmrig anywhere on the disk because it's not. It's in the VM file. So it makes it very hard to spot this as a minor. Um, Now, of course, it is a little bit noisy on install, for one, because it has to install QEMU and all of its dependencies. So you get a whole bunch of stuff installed in user local bin. And it also has to install this large VM file. It's about 100 and something megabytes. And so that generates a fair bit of noise. But you might not necessarily identify that noise as being associated with a minor if you didn't investigate a little closer. And then we also see a lot of stuff from the North Korean threat actor Lazarus. And some of the pieces of malware on Mac that have been attributed to Lazarus are Fall Chill, Gamera, Dackel's Rat, and Yort. Some of those are kind of hard to pronounce, and who knows how they're supposed to be pronounced anyway. Here on the right, I've got a screenshot of one of the droppers, a fake album app, and I like this screenshot because it's creepy. It brings up some of those like Japanese horror movie vibes there with with that central image. So other than this one album app, there are a number of other apps that have all distributed this Lazarus malware in different forms. And a lot of these come in the form of either stock trading apps or cryptocurrency apps. You can see one of those here on the right. That's been the vast majority of the droppers for Lazarus malware. But there's also that one album app that we mentioned. There was a one-time password app which actually functioned. And interestingly, all these apps actually function for their intended purpose. They just also install malware. And then some of the early samples actually came in a malicious Word document that had, macros in it. So of course, if you load up that file and enable macros when requested, you're going to get infected. Uh, generally speaking, all of these Lazarus malware samples all do some collection of basic system information. And that information can be, it varies a little bit, but it's generally information that would be useful for them to know about your system, like what might be running, what version of the system you might have, what have you. They also generally all install a backdoor. You can see from this one example here, it's a very simple reverse shell. Nothing particularly sophisticated there, but it is effective. And this enables them to do execution of arbitrary commands. If you've got a reverse shell, you can do whatever you like. You can download stuff to the computer, execute it, run arbitrary shell commands. You can run arbitrary Apple scripts through OSA script. You can do a lot of things with that. Now, we've talked a lot about malware, but what about adware? We really haven't talked a whole lot about that, other than to say it's not as big a threat as malware. Well, in some ways that's true, but in other ways it's not, because adware can pull some pretty nasty tricks and leave behind some really nasty stuff on your system, even after it's been removed. So let's take a look at what some of those tricks are. One really interesting, probably the most interesting thing that I've seen adware do is actually copy and modify Safari. So this adware, when it was installing, you can see in this screenshot on the right, it would completely obscure the screen. Now that may not look obscured, but it has hidden all the windows, it has hidden all the desktop icons. Nothing is showing except your background and this one little window in the middle here that basically says that that it's installing. And so while you're seeing this, what's happening in the background is that the malware has made a copy of Safari, and then it has modified a couple of the JavaScript files contained in the Safari app bundle. And those modifications basically cause Safari to automatically load a particular browser extension as soon as it launches. So then what the malware does is it launches that fake copy, or not fake, the modified version of Safari, and then quits it and deletes it. Now, at this point, if you were to open the legitimate copy of Safari, you'd open it up and that browser extension would be enabled. Normally, if you wanted to install a browser extension, there would be all kinds of stuff that, the user would have to manually accept it. So this is a way for the adware to get its browser extension installed without the user's consent. And you might think, wait a minute, how can it modify files inside Safari and then run it? Doesn't that break the code signature and cause it not to run? Well, yes, it does break the code signature, but since that copy of Safari doesn't have a quarantine attribute on it because it hasn't been downloaded from the internet, macOS will actually not check its code signature. And so that means macOS will be perfectly happy to open it even though it has been modified. So that's a problem. We also see a lot of adware installing malicious system configuration profiles. And so what these profiles will do, they're the sort of thing that you might deploy through an MDM. So if you're an administrator, you might deploy a profile that would prevent the user from doing certain things, prevent the user from accessing certain settings or changing certain settings. Well, what the adware is doing is it's installing a profile that will set Safari and or Chrome homepage and search settings to particular values, and then prevent the user from actually changing those. And that means that the user they don't know that these profiles exist. They don't know how to remove them or even where they are. They just know they can't change their settings anymore. And unfortunately, there's no API for managing these profiles. So the adware is kind of, doing something that they really shouldn't be doing, that Apple would recommend against to get these things installed. Legit software really can't follow the lead of this adware and remove it in the same way. So Apple kind of has us hamstrung here. Fortunately, in macOS Big Sur, Apple is going to be cracking down on this and preventing the installation of these system configuration profiles through the shell on the Mac. They'll have to be installed through the MDM instead, which is good. That will help solve the problem a little bit. And then one of the domains we've seen with a lot of these profiles, but it's only one of them, there are many others, is searchmine.net. So another similar thing that we've seen is actually managed preferences. And this says Chrome becomes managed, but it also works for Safari as well. And it's very similar to the configuration profile, but it works on older systems. The adware tends to prefer this over the system configuration profile on older systems. Again, this does the same thing. It sets those settings and it makes it so they can't be changed. And these files are stored in library/managed preferences. You may have some legitimate managed preferences, so it's hard to say that these can be deleted or can't be deleted. If your antivirus software goes and detects these and removes them, it's possible they might be removing some legitimate managed settings that your system administrator put in place. So this is also difficult to remove. The average user can remove it with some instructions, but it's kind of dangerous to do in an automated fashion. We also see sudoers file changes. And so the malware will essentially, at the time of installation, it will have root permissions, but it will want to continue having root permissions into the future. So what it will do is it will make a couple different potential modifications to the sudoers file to give itself those extended permissions. The first of these will actually give that particular process only the ability to use sudo with no password. That is actually a little bit less insecure because these processes are typically owned by root. So if you already have root permissions to enable replacing those processes with something more malicious, you could just do something else. So that's a little less dangerous, but still not desirable, obviously. The second form here actually just says any process on this computer can have sudo permissions without a password anytime it wants to, from now in all the way into the future, and that's very dangerous. That's something that really opens up a serious security hole in your computer. If I were a malware author and I were, my software were trying to get installed on a machine, the very first thing that I would do is check the sudoers file and see if that line's in there. And if it is, boom, I'm in. I've got root permissions. I don't need to do anything else. I don't need to, fish an admin password from the user. I don't need to find a root escalation vulnerability. I just use sudo and I'm in. So if you see that sort of thing on a machine, that's a real red flag. You've got to fix that. We also see a lot of man-in-the-middle attacks going on. Now, this happens with malware, obviously, for the purpose of collecting your network data. But with adware, we're seeing it happen for the purpose of injecting into your network traffic, injecting ads, injecting stuff into your HTTP and HTTPS streams. And the most common piece of software that's used for this purpose is an open source piece of software called MITM Proxy. And this is a legitimate web development tool that web developers can use to sort of watch what's going on with their code through a proxy. But it can very easily be used for malicious purposes, and it often is. And of course, the problem with this is you can spot some of these illegitimate uses of MITM proxy and you can remove it. But then there's a bit of a quandary for the antivirus vendor. If you remove that, then the proxy setting still exists, but the software that was handling the proxy is no longer there. So immediately the user has no internet connection anymore until they manually fix it. Of course, the other option is to just leave the proxying in place, which means that that software is still there and could potentially be abused by malware or something else. We also see a lot of data collection going on with adware. Now, that's something you typically think of with malware. Uh, with adware, it's a little bit different, but still can be potentially dangerous. So it starts out fairly innocuously with things like a unique identifier for the computer. Just about any software that's licensed is going to do that. I mean, if you install Malwarebytes software, we're going to generate a unique identifier that we can use to identify the machine and use that for licensing purposes. So this is not really malicious per se. It just lets you identify the computer. IP address, again, this is, if you've got software that is calling to a server, immediately that server's got your IP address. So this isn't really that sensitive. But then it gets a little worse. It starts collecting things like your username, Mac OS version, your browser version, a list of everything found in the applications folder, a list of all the installed agents and daemons, so all the things that are persistently running in the background. This is getting a little more invasive. A list of all installed system configuration profiles. And then, very interestingly, the version of the malware removal tool. And that's actually a process that belongs to Mac OS. It's part of Mac OS. It was created by Apple. It's a fairly lightweight antivirus scanner. It's kind of a black box that nobody really understands. Nobody knows how it works outside of Apple. And that's the way Apple likes it, because they don't want malware creators to get in there and figure out what they're doing. But obviously, the only reason you'd want to know the version of the malware removal tool is so that you would know, hey, this is the version that detects our stuff. We better drop something different. So that's getting a little closer to malware removal. And then there's plenty more stuff that gets collected. We've seen cases where adware is collecting all your browser history, which gets really sensitive. Especially if you're at a company, there could be all kinds of fairly sensitive internal URLs in your browser history that you wouldn't want leaked into the outside world. Um, so, this kind of data collection, even though it's not overtly malicious, it's still not something you want going on. So if we sum up everything we've talked about today, we've seen that Apple devices really are no stranger to malware. Apple devices have had malware almost since day one. Okay, not exactly day one. The Apple I computer didn't have malware, but starting with the Apple II and onward, there's been malware, contrary to popular belief. A lot of people think that Macs don't get malware, and that's in part thanks to those old Apple ads that the "I'm a Mac, I'm a PC" ads, where the Mac says, "Oh yeah, I don't get PC viruses." Well, in a way, that was true. Macs don't get PC, meaning Windows viruses, but they do get their own pieces of malware. We also see that Mac malware isn't all that common, but it can be very, very nasty. And as illustrated by the fruit fly case, you can have malware out there that is infecting people at fairly low levels, especially affecting targeted people, and nobody knows about it for years. It's just out there in the background. As I said, fruit fly was in the wild for at least 10 years before anybody knew about it. So that's, this is not stuff that you want to fool around with. You might not see it very often, but when you do, it can be bad. And then finally, adware can be just as nasty as malware. Um, adware does a lot of things. It can open up security vulnerabilities on your system. It can collect data that you may not want going out into the public. And it can do a lot of really nasty things. So even though malware isn't that common, adware is really not something you want on your computer. And adware is really the bulk of what we see on Mac OS. Between pups and adware, that's really most of what we see. And that is it. If anyone has any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Okay, so if you give me a moment, thank you for that illuminating talk. I was actually looking at different chats, both on Twitter and our own personal chat, and they were talking about, let's see here, there we go, and they were talking about how, I was looking at different chats. Thank you so much for the talk about how like in-depth and fascinating that was. This is one of the reasons why I wanted to reach out for you. Well, I guess we're waiting for potential questions, because you might have just like bamboozled everyone. And Commander just asked, as far as questions go, how much malware attacks from user side versus malware that tries to work primarily through the Unix system?
Yeah, so most of the malware and adware that we see on Mac is really, it's all in the form of Trojans. So basically, the user gets tricked into downloading something and running it, and in the process, they get infected. There are some edge cases where that's not the case. So in the case of fruit fly, that was actually getting onto people's systems because Durachinsky was getting passwords from data breaches, and then he was using those passwords to get access to targeted people's computers on the network. And that's why so many of the cases were at Case Western, where he was a student and then an alumni. So in that case, it wasn't that somebody downloaded something, it was that he was directly hacking into their computer with a password.
All right, awesome. So unless I get other that other questions, I want to ask kind of a off-ball one. How was Objective C this year? I've never been to Hawaii. Can you possibly tell the audience of what that's all about, Objective by the Sea and sort of that whole organization?
Oh yeah, it's a really great conference. Unfortunately, I was not able to attend in person this year. It was right at the beginning of the coronavirus outbreak, and I had just gotten back from a company meeting where I was meeting with a couple guys from Italy. And of course, that's where the outbreaks, there was a bad outbreak in Italy at that time. So, and then I got a sore throat and everything. And so I was like, oh, I can't travel. Um, so I did present remotely, but I have attended Objective by the Sea in the past in person, and it's an amazing experience. It is by far, if you're interested in Mac security issues, by far the best conference out there. You'll find all of the best, most brightest of the Mac security talent out there at that conference, and everybody there is really super friendly, really approachable. I can't recommend it enough.
Gotcha, and I also figured out how to eliminate the echo here. And Commander also asked, okay, a lot. Oh, okay, he was just clarifying. I guess one more question from me, which is, I often see a lot of, it's mostly Patrick Wardle, but a lot of malware and exploit discussion on Mac being talked about at Black Hat and very recently, like at DEFCON. How has been the response or lack of response from Apple on this? I believe they do have like a bug bounty program, but I was just curious about like what's their relationship with all of your independent researchers out there.
Yeah, so unfortunately, Apple doesn't have a great relationship with most researchers. That their bug bounty program has been criticized because they haven't done a lot of payouts. Um, and so Apple also tends to be kind of closed-mouthed about security issues. They don't really want to talk about them publicly. Some researchers that have been trying to get a bug bounty have actually ended up going public because they get a lot of pressure from Apple to not disclose for a long time. Um, so I've got to say, I think Apple can do better on this front. I have a real good relationship with Apple personally, with the folks at Apple, but it's kind of hard to accomplish that, and to do that, you do have to kind of keep your mouth shut about certain things. So, which is unfortunate.
Go. Um, the other, I guess the last question that I have is sort of, as you all know, that there was an Apple event that we got DMCA and aid for during the live stream. That was a lot of fun, but that everyone was expecting a new iPhone or something, iOS, Mac OS or iOS announcement, even though they explicitly said that they weren't going to announce that at that event. But my question is that I know you touched a bit about what malware is going to look like in the future, but what in your opinion do you think is going to be like when they announce these new products? I know they usually get teared down immediately, but like, do you think you're going to be incremental, like very little updates on the security front, or do you think because Apple keeps touting about supposedly worrying about privacy and security that they're going to be major upgrades in these new OS revisions and hardware devices?
Yeah, so I have to give Apple some credit. Every version of the OS that they release, they do improve the security. So they've added security features to every major macOS release for years. And this year's Big Sur release will be no exception. So each release does get a little more secure. But what we see is that every time Apple moves the line, the malware authors are right there stepping back up to it and trying to find ways over it, and often succeeding, usually succeeding. So one of the things that we saw is with Catalina, Apple added the requirement that you notarize your software, which is sort of an additional process that developers have to go through. Um, and that's a little harder for malware authors to do. Not impossible, because it has happened, but it's a little harder for them to do. So we've seen them sort of regressing to some other techniques, like not even bothering to sign their malware, and just providing the user with instructions for how to open unsigned apps. So that if nothing else, these guys are very adaptable, and with every version of Mac OS, they seem to find their ways in.
As what always happens, that's the whole escalation thing with, it's like a ever growing thing between like the people breaking in and the people securing, red team, blue teaming stuff. I believe our last question is from Siracel, who should be in the Jitsi chat, so whenever he wants to turn on his mic, we should be able to hear him.
Am I coming through clearly?
Yep.
Alright, so I'm out here at Subculture on site.
There's none of the
Minor
other
urban
chat.
noise. Oh, one second.
Yeah, there is a little background
Yeah.
noise, but
He's fixing the issue, don't worry.
Okay, should be good now.
Better.
My question
Keep
here
going.
is, yeah. So, how often have you seen threat actors or malware taking advantage of the firmware of a Mac, getting into the EFI, the firmware PCAP files, or
yeah,
SCAP files, rather?
yeah. Well, really not at all that I've seen. It's there have definitely been some vulnerabilities. Like you've probably heard of Thunderstrike and Thunderstrike 2, which allowed malware to actually get into the firmware. But those only ever were really proof of concepts, and as far as I saw, there was never any widespread malware that used that. Now, I can't say that certain three-letter agencies weren't using those vulnerabilities in a targeted fashion, but yeah, no widespread malware did it.
So no WAPs or anything you're not allowed to say.
Yeah, I mean, definitely nothing I ever saw. And these days, Apple's got their firmware a little more locked down. It comes signed, and so it's got to be verified. And they've done some really great things in terms of firmware security. It's not perfect, nothing ever is, but it's a lot more perfect than it was back in the Thunderstrike days.
Gotcha. I guess one last question from me. Oh, okay. One last question from me then, unless there's any other last questions in chat, and I'll let you go, I promise, is the big announcement, which I'm going to briefly cover in my section if I can get the frickin' Airbook to work, is, or to update exactly, is the big announcement that they're switching over to their own ARM chips, that they're ditching Intel, and there's a lot of people speculated it's so that, there's a pyramid hierarchy of security, so the ultimate base bottom of the pyramid or whatever that controls everything is the hardware. So this will allow Apple to literally control the metal that all the software rolls on. How do you think that's going to affect the malware going forward? Is this something that's going to put a roadblock into intruders, or do you think this is something that's going to be easily jumped over around it due to coding flaws and stuff like that?
Yeah, I don't think that that Apple Silicon is really going to change much in terms of the malware landscape. I think the move to these chips is more driven for performance reasons. You know, we haven't seen a whole lot of jump in performance on Macs for quite some time now, because they're still reliant on Intel chips. Whereas, you know, we've got iPads out there that are more powerful than the most powerful Mac computer, with these Apple Silicon chips. So I think that's really what's driving it. As far as malware goes, they're gonna write malware that's Apple Silicon native, and I don't think there's any stopping them.
Okay, well, thank you, Thomas, for your talk. Sorry that I had to. I was had it on my TV listening as I was rummaging through my room because I do want to show off something cool on camera where we transition. So if you need to bounce, if you bounce. Otherwise, thank you so much for that illuminating talk. I also appreciate it because I heard the recording, and while it was just as good in terms of content, I guess like me, you were kind of under the weather, so you had a very scratchy throat. So I'm really happy that you sound a lot better now. So. Yeah, that. I thought you were gonna say a glass of wine. That's like probably a Freudian slip for me because that's what I probably need right now, trying to deal with this guy. But thank you so much. What we're gonna do is I'm gonna show something if I can that is really cool on the camera. So if you could exit screen sharing, Thomas, that should be able to pop me up. I believe so. Yes, it is. Okay. Okay, cool. Because you can hang around, you can watch the presentation. We're just so happy to have you. So have a great day, sir. Fight the good fight. Yep. All right, here. So I don't know. I think I'm in the grid mode right now. Oh, there's something in the chat. There we go. Take that off. We're still getting used to some things right now. That's why I can't wait to get the big blue button. I hope everyone on the stream out there is having lots of fun as I go crazy trying to deal with this guy, which I'm so happy Squirtle went, but whoo, walled gardens driving me nuts. So, but if you do like, we have someone in. If you do like what you see here on the stream here for our DEFCON 201 meeting, you can click like, share, subscribe, or that bell. We see the notifications pop up there, and I'm going to be on the stream, so if I see them, I'm going to cheer you on, whether you're on Twitch, D Live, or YouTube. Before we get into the next talk, I'm going to see, because I don't know if I can increase my size. That's what she said. But let's see, what options do I have here? Not much. Okay. So actually, there might be a view mode here, if I remember correctly. I think it's so I have to, let's see, kind of toggle. I see a Neo consummating in the background, being skeevy AF, as they say, fisting the floppy, obviously. All right, so here's a problem. Here's a problem that I guess we're both suffering from this. Here's a problem that I normally don't say on the stream, I swear, is that I don't know how to make myself bigger. Ha. But what I was doing is I was rummaging through because I completely forgot that I had this, which is funny because I remember Neo freaking out when I showed him this. So Cyril could also let you know that there's also a place in New Jersey called Mitsuwa, which is in, if I remember correctly, Edgewater, New Jersey. And it's a whole like Japanese sort of, like they have multiple shops in a giant mall and a supermarket. And at the Kikokunoya bookstore, press W in chat for this. Trust me, you're gonna love this. They have a manga section, and one of the sections of the manga section is they have autobiographies for multiple famous people. And one of those people is Steve Jobs. Yes, there is a Steve Jobs manga. I crap you not. If I could figure out how to put this Mac is trying to kill me, literally and figuratively. There we go. But yeah, there's a Steve Jobs manga that details his life from his early days all the way up to the iPad. And I just thought I'd give a quick tour here. So these are like, cover sleeve. So these are like the manga-fied versions. This is like letting you know who's in the autobiography. And let's see if I get a nice juicy picture. So it's a manga. I have this physically. In future meetings, I did this when I got this. I will bring this to the meeting. There's Steve Wozniak in a manga form. If you ever want to know what that looks like, and I'm trying to get to a particular thing here. Oh God, yes. Okay. Is it the page before? No, that's one of the many pictures. Hold on. This is gonna, you're gonna die laughing. We are almost there. Oh, so that's that popular electronics book that Woz was talking about earlier. Trust me, we'll get to the next talk. And because Neo needs all the time that he needs, in more ways than one. But yeah, I can't find where he holds it. But yeah, this is the blue box, the freaking blue box, in manga form. Things I never thought I would ever see in my life. What else is in here? There it is. This is young Steve Jobs holding the blue box. Like, I saw that image and I'm like, I have to get this book right here. What else is in here that's coming up? Because I'm trying to make this as fast as possible. This is Woz working on the Apple One in his basement, talking about what a theoretical Apple II would be like. And then here's both the Apple One and the Apple II on a panel. I'm trying to get the one that we're this is a group picture of all the OG guys with their neck beards and hippie hair. And finally, which I think is probably like one of the also, this is pretty much what Neo's brain looks like with all the wingdings and font types and stuff like that. Yes, the poor Sad Mac. And I'm getting to the last. Yes, this, because I love how this is such like a throwaway page. There's a bigger version of this too, but this is Steve Jobs doing the Next Cube stuff. Yes, the Next Cube. The next platform has been mangafied. So, yeah, and then of course when you fast forward, it ends with old Steve Jobs presenting the first iPhone. Returning back to the company. So yeah, there is a manga adaptation of Steve Jobs' life for no reason. Anyhow, so our next talk is going to be for half hour. Yes, my camera's on. Is going to be around for the next half hour. So I'm going to admit something here. I am half Polish. I still struggle trying to pronounce this name. I'm gonna try my best ability. He's gonna pronounce it in his video, but here we go. Wojtek? I think it's Wojtek. Or Wojtes? It's either Wojtek or Wojtes. That's how you pronounce it. It's like, I think it's Wojtes Renene, I think is how you pronounce that name. But regardless, he's going to be talking about abusing and securing SPC and Mac OS X apps. In the talk, he's going to explain how XPC and NXSPC works. He's going to present all of his research and findings. He's going to talk about how he injected an unsigned DLib into Catalina, and then he's going to sum it up by fixing the whole thing. So, with that further ado, let's go back to the video streams here. So you can see all of Neo's sexiness. So let's get that show on the road, shall we? Here is Abusing XPC. Enjoy.
Hello DEFCON! Today we're gonna talk about abusing and securing XPC in macOS applications. My name is Wojciech Reguła and I'm a senior IT security consultant currently employed at Securing. In my daily job, I do mostly iOS applications pen testing. After my job, I'm a blogger. So here you have the link on the slide. And maybe some of you may know me from iOS Security Suite that I'm a creator. And today we're gonna talk about vulnerabilities that are everywhere on most of the applications that have to be privileged on macOS. So the XPC, as you can see, macOS, Microsoft products, keybase, antiviruses, firewalls, and other security applications on macOS. The agenda. At first, we're gonna start from introduction to XPC. Then we're gonna start building a secure XPC helper. We'll be trying to exploit it. After that, we're gonna harden it. And if we find a bypass, we go back to the step number 2. And at the end, when we will be able to exit the loop, the summary. So let's start from the inter-process mechanisms available on macOS. So here we have a diagram by Ian Beer from Google Project Zero. And as you can see, we have a lot of different IPC mechanisms, but most of them are built on something called Mac messages. And as you can see, here we have XPC built on top the Mac messages, and on the top of the top NSXPC. So Mac ports. Mac ports are fundamental inter-process mechanism on macOS. It's a little bit similar to Unix pipes because you have multiple senders, or you may have multiple senders and only one receiver. Via Mac ports, you can transfer messages with data, even memory or another port. What's important with Mac messages is that the messages are placed in the queue. Your system will enqueue these messages before processing. All right, that was a really quick introduction to Mac ports. We have also on macOS LS Mac ports tool, which we provide a process identifier, and you can list all types of Mac ports you have available in your process. So XPC, as I showed you on the previous diagram, they are built on the top of Mac messages, and XPC support dictionary-based communication that is strongly typed. We have strings, integers, booleans, dates, UIDs, and other types. But the NSXPC is more convenient. You will see much more NSXPC implementations than the standard inconvenient XPC-C API. You can send the NSXPC messages that conform to some Objective-C or Swift protocol that you define, and you can even send the serialized Swift objects, so it's really, really convenient. But how does it look like from the code perspective? So on the server, at first, we are registering a globally recognized Mac name. So our client will know to which XPC server will connect.
Thank you, Sad Dollar, for following us here.
We resume the connection, and of course run the main loop to bootstrap the whole service. And here we have the client's code. Firstly, we define an NSXPC connection with the Mac service name that we registered on the server side, because our client will be connecting to that server. Then we set the remote object interface. This is the interface that we're gonna connect. We of course resume the connection, and then we set the remote object on the other side that we will be calling a method on. And of course, we're calling the method that is a privilege alert in this case. All right, Jonathan Levin coded a wonderful tool called Expository, which allows us to sniff the NSXPC or even XPC messages. In the most cases, because the applications now have the hardened runtime turned on, you will need to disable system integrity protection. All right, but in this presentation, we're gonna focus on a specific architecture where a standard application connects to the privileged XPC server. So we have on the left our helper that we are building with install the helper, send privilege high message and spawn privilege alert. And on the other side, when we call the spawn privileged alert, the privileged alert is spawned, of course, by the server. And by privileged, I mean running with root permissions. Okay, and where actually the XPC servers exist? You can find them in privilege helper tools, in launch daemons, in launch agents, directories. You can of course go there via terminal or use Objective-C's knock knock. All right, but now it's time for exploitation, so let's gonna start. We of course do not have enough time to talk about everything, so the first bug is no client validation, like no client validation at all. Our malicious application, running of course as user, says to our privileged XPC server, hey, just perform privileged action for me, and the server says, all right, I don't even verify you, and executes the action that we queued. And when I was analyzing the applications, I was wondering why the servers don't perform any kind of validation. And I searched through the Apple developer docs and found even better authorization sample. And I found in this sample the should accept new connection method, where Apple just, as you can see, sets the exported interface, sets the exports object, and resume the whole connection. They in the other methods they do some kind of validation, but usually the developers just copy and paste this code snippet from the even better authorization code. And as you can see, in an example that I found like 1 week ago, and it's again the same pattern everywhere. As you can see, I had to redact the parts of the names, not to disclose the vulnerability because it's not yet fixed. But as you can see, here you only set the interface, you set the exported interface, set exported object, and that's all. You do not do any kind of validation because your object, your connection, of course, will know the protocol because you can do a class dump and paste the protocol's code to your malicious application, right? This is not a validation. And the XPC server that I was testing used such a protocol. The first method is set attributes of item at path and reply. So I assume that this is a wrapper on the NS file manager, and it allows us to set POSIX permissions. So I thought that and assumed that the set attributes of item at path with the reply is a wrapper on NS file manager method that allows us actually to set a POSIX file permissions on the on the file, right? So I started to think, what if I provide the POSIX file permissions containing the ownership as root and with the suit bit. So as you can see, NS file owner account ID 0, which means of course root. This file will be globally writable, readable, and executable with the suite bit permissions, and of course the group owner account ID 20, which means that which means everyone group. And here we have the recording of the exploitation. So I just, as you can see, turn the exploit and spawn a privileged terminal with the root permissions. And another example of the no validation at all bug was one found by Adam Chester in Keybase, a secure messenger, and the Keybase exposed remove, move, create directory, add to path, and text install methods. So the easiest way to elevate your privileges when you see such methods is just to abuse the simplest one, the move one, because you can define a launch daemon that will be run as root and place it in library launch daemons directory, and upon the restart your code will be root. Alright, and the fix, of course the Keybase implemented code requirement based validation, which is of course a cryptographic validity check. And in our helper that we are building, before we start exporting the interface and resuming the connection, we've implemented the connection verifier is valid method. So if it's true, we then resume and set the all required interfaces. The bug 2, poor signature check. And by poor signature check, I mean a lot of things, like checking only bundle identifier that of course we can set, verifying only static code so it won't prevent any kinds of code injections, using KSEC CS basic validate only flag, which means verify only the if the code was signed with a certificate, but it won't even verify if the certificate is trusted on your system or not. So you can just sign the code and you will pass the check. To lose sec requirement string and many more, because we are talking about cryptography, so a lot of things may go wrong. And this is the maxscan3 example, and usually in such cases I ask a question. Here I don't have such a possibility, so I answer this question. The problem here is that we start from identifier comsecure maxscan3, which means bundle identifier, and certificate leaf with the subject equal to their team ID. But the problem here is that we do not even check if the certificate was, trusted on your operating system. So yeah, you can generate with OpenSSL this certificate that will meet this requirement and sign the malicious code. So the exposed methods were uninstall daemon, terminate daemon with options, or cancel the scan, get scan with paths. So as you can see, exploiting XPC vulnerabilities leads not always to local privilege escalation, but also to business logic bugs inside of the vulnerable applications. And the fix in our helper was to start the requirement string with unsure Apple generic, which means that the certificate had to be issued by the Apple, so it will be of course trusted on your Mac. All right, and bug 3, using process identifiers to get the code object. And here I wanted to give kudos to Samuel Gross and Ian Beer, who discovered this vulnerability in macOS system. So let's see this example. Our malicious application tries to connect to the privileged server. However, now we are aware developers and know that we have to validate that, that connection. So the algorithm looks as follows. We at first get process identifier of the client, then we create a code object basing on that process identifier, perform signature check, and determine if this code object was valid, if it was meeting our requirements or not, and of course we make a decision whether we want to establish this connection or terminate this connection. But what if our malicious process forks a lot of time and has many children, and each of the children says to the server, hey, perform the privilege action for me. The server, as I told you on the beginning of this presentation, will enqueue these connections because they are based on MAC ports. MAC messages are enqueued if your server cannot process them. So now this is how our queue looks like. So we get process identifier of the client and create code object basing on that process identifier. And everything is okay until when our connection is still on the queue. In the meantime, our process do not change its image to the legit one using, for example, POSIX spawn. So now take a look on the slide, and as you can see, the first three connections in this case were invalidated, but when this connection was hanging in the queue, our process changed this process changed its image to the legit one, so this connection passed the requirement. And it was a case, for example, in Avast Cleanup, by default added to the main antivirus, and for example, exposed methods were removed with file or copy with source. So again, copy with source leads to indirect local privilege escalation. And the second example, Malwarebytes, a lot of exposed methods. For example, uninstall the product, start product update with, pause scan job, stop scan jobs. So we could actually turn off the antivirus, right? By exploiting the XPC server. In the code, as you can see, the process identifier was used, but we have to create a code object in order to perform the all cryptographic stuff, the all cryptographic validation. So what else can we use in order to get this code object? And as Samuel Gross and Ian Beer discovered, there is a structure, a private structure in NSXPC connection called OD token that has a PID version that is not that easy to brute force. So it can be used as a secure indicator passed to the code object. So how I implemented it in the secure helper. Because it's a private property of NSXPC connection in Swift code, is not that easy to use private properties. So I've coded a hack that bridges to Objective-C, and Objective-C is much more easier to grab the private properties. So as you can see, I've coded it. and then in Audi token hack, I'm just returning the Audi token serialized as NS data back to the Swift code. And in the Swift code, based on that Audi token data, I call the sec code copy guest with attributes method, which takes the grabbed Audi token. And the last category of vulnerabilities that I prepared for today is no code injection prevention. So let's take a look on the updated algorithm. Now we are taking the audit token of the client, then we create a code object basic on that token and perform the signature check with, of course, the Apple's API. And the problem is that this API, the standard Apple's API to verify the seccode objects, doesn't detect if there was any code injected via DILT insert libraries or even with task for PIT. So yeah, it's really problematic, and it was a case in Lulu in our beloved open source firewall. And the expose method was, for example, add rule and delete rule. So by exploiting this vulnerability, we could have added our rule to the firewall and those bypass it. The fix, Patrick coded in 1 day, so congrats. And as you can see, he's now verifying if the version of the application was at least 1.2.0, which was the minimum version when the Lulu implemented the hardened runtime. And what is the hardened runtime? Let's see on this slide from Apple's presentation. And as you can see in macOS Catalina, all new files that are quarantined must also have passed the notarization, must be notarized. And what does it mean if the application is quarantined? In most cases, it means that you have downloaded the application from the internet, so your system tagged it's quarantine and it has to pass the gatekeeper checks. For us, for exploit developers, we have to know that notarization enforces the hardened runtime to be turned on, and also the get task allow should not be in place in the entitlements plist. So I've created a guideline how to bypass the applications with the hardened runtime. This is my trick that I promised to share. So if the sec requirement string is built of the team ID of the certificate, just inject to the other app from the same company. Maybe the company that coded application you want to exploit coded many more applications, and if they are checking on the server, on the XPC server, if the application was signed with a specific certificate, this is a certificate that is used across all the applications of the company, right? So the first trick was to just inject to another application. If the sec requirement is also built with the bundle identifier, maybe you can grab an older version of this application from the internet that doesn't have the hardened runtime turned on and inject to the older version as a user in order to perform actions in the privileged XPC server. And also look for the problematic entitlements that are get task allow and the disable library validation, that it's really common, especially in Electron applications. All right, and again, I've recorded a video of the exploitation. So as you can see, we do not have any rules in the Lulu. When we start the HD process, we block it. You can see it was blocking the rules. Yeah, the connection has been blocked by Lulu. Then we verify if Lulu was signed with the hardened runtime flag, and yes, the runtime flag is on. And now when we try to insert an unsigned library to Lulu, macOS will of course block it. As you can see, delete warning could not load inserted library into hardened process. But now let's verify if another application, the Kext viewer from Objective-C, was signed with the hardened runtime. It's not. So yeah, but this is signed with the same team ID, the same certificate. So now we're inserting our library, our malicious library, to the Kext viewer. The code has been successfully injected. Now let's verify if it succeeded. Yeah, Lulu has been bypassed. We have received the data, and let's see the rules of the Lulu. And now our HTTP process is allowed. Yee, so we have successfully bypassed Lulu. Okay, so in our privileged helper that we are building, we now verifying if the connecting process has the runtime flag turned on, and if it doesn't contain any of these problematic entitlements like getask allow, disable validation, or allow delete environment variables. Okay. And the summary. As I wanted to show you in this presentation, writing and securing XPC applications is really hard. There was no any clear guideline how to do this correctly. So especially for you, I've created a guideline which will help you with building the secure XPC applications. So at first, on the client side, of course, remember to turn on hardened runtime and notarize your clients. Next check will be from the server's perspective. So verify if the clients have been properly signed using a restrictive sec requirement strings in order to bypass avoid the bypasses with the fake certificate, etc., etc. Create sec static code from only tokens, no more process identifiers, because your application may do the fork trick. Check if the clients have the hardened runtime capability turned on, because if not, we can inject with delete insert libraries our malicious dynamic library and establish a valid XPC connection with your server. And at the end, make sure if the clients are not signed with entitlements that may allow bypassing the hardened runtime. I'm also open sourcing the whole XPC helper, so if you want to code one, feel free to use my code. Yep, it's coded in Swift and it's modular, so if you want to learn XPC exploitation, you can just turn off some ifs or comment some ifs, and it will help you with learning XPC exploitation. I've also written an XPC exploitation series, so this is what I showed you in the presentation, but I put it down, so I think it will help you. During this presentation, I used following references, so kudos to all people who coded this stuff. And that's it. Thank you very much. If you have any questions regarding macOS security, iOS security, feel free to reach me out. We in Securing just launched a new product that is Mac OS infrastructure assessment. So if you think your company may not be secure with your Macs, again, feel free to contact me. And yeah, see you.
And even though you can partly hear this, there we go. I muted you now. That was I hope I pronounced his name correct. Vojek. Awesome talk on XPC. This was pre-recorded talk, so I could see it before him. But we do have him in the chat, all the way from Polonia. Hi. I hope, because every time I look at Poland now, it's like, it feels like wherever Poland is with its right-wing government, that's where the United States is going to be in like 2 years. But so I hope you're doing okay over there. I still have family that lives over there. So, yeah, I don't know if you can hear me right now because I'm asking questions. So it's like, if anyone in our Jitsi chat has any questions about his exploit was talking about, I'm going to turn on the audio and you can ask. Otherwise, if anyone has any questions in chat, I'll relay that to him. If you want to feel better, a chunk of my family is Tchaikovsky, spelled Czay, and that's when they Englishified it and removed a bunch of consonants, so I feel your pain. But if anyone has any questions about the exploit he was talking about or anything, I'm going to give it a minute or so to let it go.
All right, let's see if we can do this now. Anybody at all?
Sorry, Squirtle just showed up. Say hi to Squirtle.
Hi, give us your master password, you shit!
How come you don't write anymore?
I cannot hear him, but I only assumed he said something in Spanish.
That's basically how Spanish works. I guess we're being compared to Echo.
Yeah, alright, shit. Sorry.
Oh, damn, missed it.
So, did anyone have any questions for our speaker, or should we continue on? Sorry, this is the chaotic part of the meeting.
No, I'm good.
Okay, I guess everyone was kind of blown away with the talk. If anyone has any questions for him later, let him know. He also has Twitter, which I should probably bring up. Let's see if I can actually jump over without revealing it. Aha! Secret messages, and notifications. And you are _R. It should be the only. There's a second _R. There's also ring 0. But yes, we shall copy pasta this over. Let's see, where is the Jitsi stream? There we go. So if you want to hit him up on Twitter, I'm about to post that in chat. It is on Twitter. Thank you again for the awesome talk there. I especially like the deep dive into how this really screwed the pooch. I also appreciate that that he not only he wasn't just, we're gonna rant in a moment, but oh boy, we're gonna rant. But not only did you show all the exploits, but that you offered solutions for those. I think that's often left out when we're talking about security issues, that even if there's not an answer yet, we're trying to build robots to an answer. We're not just here to complain just to complain. But speaking about complaining just to complain, as you see the lovely Neo set up here, we actually have some content that's probably going to bleed into this, and then I'll be the breaker in the middle. So for an indeterminate amount of time, since he hasn't been on for 2 weeks because, you know, life hates him, unfortunately. And speaking of life hates him, and Commander Macintosh JS, go.
Testing. Can you see my screen?
No, I see.
Okay. So, let's where do I start with this? Let's start with the very obvious. When Side Pocket comes to you with an idea of something you should talk about at a DEFCON 201 meeting, the correct answer is hell no. But unfortunately, I'm not that smart, so we're going to talk about Macintosh JS. Now, there has been a trend in recent years of making web browsers do things that they really shouldn't. Like, oh, I don't know. Let's load up Windows 95 in your web browser. In fact, I've not only loaded up Windows 95, I connected my cell phone at the 201 house to the TV and loaded it up on Chrome and then played Solitaire, as SidePocket can relate to. So, for those who are not aware, JavaScript, which is the wonderful, 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 I'm being sarcastic, programming language that underpins the modern web, is an interesting programming environment. So, taking into the notion that everything should be a web app, someone came up with this wonderful thing, Macintosh JS, which, if we minimize this and we put it up here, is an Electron app, as you can see here on the right with the debug screen open, that loads classic Mac OS. So, and
What version of classic Mac OS?
It's currently running 8.1, and it's currently emulates a 680 XO classic Mac. There is a reason for this, but the person that built this includes some great games. Like if you want to play Duke Nukem 3D, it works. It even has sound. Sort of. Like I said, it sort of works.
Mac 8.1, it sort of works.
Sorry, I forgot about the swears.
Oh, shut up. It was included worse on the Mac.
No, we're trying to save our swear jar for Neo, so go.
What?
Yeah. And the keyboard isn't quite working right. But let me remind you that this is all running within a browser window, because Electron is a browser without a address bar. It's the best description I can give of it.
It's an unaddressable.
What?
It's an unaddressable thing.
Yes. So what I was thinking was, okay, we could go into the source code of Macintosh JS and we can take a look at some of the more interesting details about classic Mac OS. And why do you have a blue screen of death on your okay, before I get more distracted. So let's pull up the GitHub. Let's pull up the GitHub for Macintosh JS. And we'll begin to see where things go wrong. So the GitHub here is pretty standard. You have a nice description. It should not be used for serious usage. But how does it work? Well, I click source and I see 3 folders. Now, for those who are familiar with emulation, this first folder should be suspicious. But we look at the other 2, we just see some relatively minor code relating to development mode and not a single comment to be found. So what was in that Basculus folder? Well, as it turns out, if you weren't aware of this, Basculus is specifically Basculus 2, if I could spell, is a very old, huh?
It's a pain in the ass under emulation, but
I got it going in about 10 minutes.
You bastard.
Well, I'm sorry.
You should be. So
why?
This is the beginning of hurting Neo's feelings.
Go.
Whatever feelings he has left.
Hurting Neo's feelings is fun and amusing. So Basculus is essentially it's coded in C because we can see the source code here.
You can see the source code in C.
SidePocket, comment, gallery.
That's all.
So, and surprisingly, there's even comments in the source code. And then you begin to realize the full horror of what has been done here. They compiled the Basculus 2 source code into JavaScript.
Worse than imaginable.
Wow, that was really. I think I was expecting something more from Neo. But
Neo's
yes,
been
they essentially turned
trying
the
not to pay
entire
attention.
project, and if we load up the raw file, as a very, very big and long. This is what C code gets turned into when you compile it into JavaScript. The fact that you can compile C code into JavaScript should be a warning to you all. So I played with the emulator for a while, and I figured, okay, I was going to get maybe 3 to 4 minutes of talking about this because it's Basilisk 2. In fact, it's Basilisk 2 stuck at a really low resolution. Let's take it a step further and let's talk about why classic macOS sucks.
I just want to quickly say to SEOs, thank you for following us on Twitch.
Thank you very much. So here's Basilisk 2's settings. Oh, and just so let's just say that there's parts in this code base that I'm really surprised Apple hasn't hit with a takedown given how popular this project's been. Because I've heard of it several places. But anyway, if we start Basilisk 2 and I just give it the hard disk image from Macintosh.js,
Hello.
it's the same damn thing. Hello?
No, just observing that background, which I haven't seen probably since 1998.
So it's still burned in the back of your eyes. So as you can see here, we are emulating a Quattro 900, which was one of the last and higher end Motorola 680 Exo Max. So for those who are not familiar with classic Mac OS or classic Macs or Apple computers, originally the Apple II line was based around the 6502 processor. That was the Apple 1, 2, 3, and then it had its love child of the Apple IIgs. The Apple Lisa all the way up until the Power Macintosh were all based off the Motorola 680 Exo processor. In fact, they were based off it a little bit too well. The original Mac OS, and you know what, I feel like we're going to need a Wikipedia article because I need a screenshot here.
You know something sucks so much when you need to bring up a Wikipedia article to explain the vastness of ugh.
So this is the original Mac OS desktop back on 1.0. And if I had thought about this beforehand, I would have actually had VMac here. But the original Mac OS, it came out in 1984. It was fully graphical, as in it had absolutely no command line, 128 kilobytes of memory, which was pretty much nothing. Like, you really could not do anything with it. Maybe you could run MacWrite. And it could run one program at a time. And in some ways, and this is where Neo dies inside, DOS was more sophisticated. So now that I got that way, basically Apple kept this architecture going all the way until the advent of Mac OS 10, and then formally put it out to pasture, I want to say in 2002. The reason...
Nope, they tossed the System 6 architecture in 1991. System 7 continued through on a 32-bit architecture, continuing through until about 2000. When was the end of Classic? Actually, look up the Wikipedia article under Mac's Bug, and you'll get the exact date and time, because it went out of the world with Leopard.
Yes, but it's...
it was supported all the way through Leopard.
Okay, that was the wrong... Maybug is completely something different. Apparently, the Wikipedia article page I'm looking for does not exist anymore.
All right, I'll look for it on another machine.
But so no, hold on. But Neo, I'm going to dispute this point at every thing. So the original
disputation.
Okay, so the original Mac OS, and I literally have got the camera pointed at you setting up because this has become serious business here. Is that most of them to make the original Macintosh work, almost all the major libraries and code, such as QuickDraw, were placed in a ROM chip, and this entire interface was known as Toolkit. Now, ROM chips are, for those of us that are, shall we say, from a newer generation, is read-only memory. So there's absolutely no way to read or write. So a lot of the global state information was stored in the program's running space and not in some sort of sane central location, most of which to save memory. The fact of the matter is that what QuickDraw could do on basically a shoestring was very impressive, but it was a one-trick pony. So the fact of the matter is, and then Apple took it a step further. The Motorola 680 XO processor has a series of what's known as interrupt lines, or A-traps. Now, we've seen, if you were watching earlier, Neo blew up his machine. And that was an interrupt that was not caught, causing the bomb message. But these type of traps are used for day-to-day system calls. Basically, any application that needs to talk to Toolbox, which is the ROM chip, is one of these back and forths. On top of that, what is the macOS system software is basically a bunch of icons and Finder. That was pretty much what it was until System 7.5. Would you agree or disagree with this?
Disagree. Would continue through up until macOS New World Max. So that would be about 8.5.
Well, the reason I made the difference there is because there were architectural changes due to how the PowerPC emulator handled the trapping. That's why I draw the line there, because that's 7.5 was the last one without the code fragment
7.6.
manager.
I would say 7.6.
You're right. Sorry.
Yeah.
Code fragment manager is when macOS went on drugs. Now, I was going to do code examples here, but apparently this is just going to be me ranting about macOS out my ass. So I apologize to all.
Get your own shtick.
No, if I really wanted to torture you, I'd talk about why Noon sucks.
Fighting words.
We're getting there. Save that for his segment.
Well, not so much that Noon sucks, but
save that for his segment.
Okay, so getting back to Toolbox. So this was a really great and forward-thinking architecture in 1984. It was also dead on arrival from the day it was born to the day it died, because it was so tied to the Motorola 680 XO architecture, because so many hacks and programming magic, and I do want to use the term magic, was used, that there was literally no path forward that classic Mac could be dragged to the 21st century. This is not unlike DOS and classic Windows, which basically went from the same time period until XP put it out to pasture. I mean, truth be told, you could probably have gotten even more longevity out of the DOS line of Windows. And I need a drink, so hold on.
I think we all need a drink.
It's water, damn it.
Oh, well, in that case.
What, you really think I'm going to drink vodka on camera?
No, I will.
Side pocket, behave.
That's like for the miracle.
Right. So the biggest problem was there were multiple problems at once. The first thing is that the original macOS could not multitask. It was never designed to multitask. Multitasking was not a gleam in its eye when it was envisioned, even though its predecessor, the Apple Lisa, could. But as it turns out, there was one exception to this. You could use desk accessories, which were basically single window programs like Puzzle that ran as a kernel driver to run alongside other applications. Now, if you're looking on screen, you'll actually see Neo looking at a bunch of windows on screen on macOS. And it looks like macOS is multitasking, and that's exactly what it is. It looks like it because it's not actually multitasking. In System 6, Apple created one of the greater hacks known to mankind, and they called it Multifinder. Because most of quick draw state required that an application be running at all time. Multi-Finder allows multiple applications to think that they are the only application running at one time, and then rapidly switches them to and from the background every few microseconds. In short, it's basically going around saying, okay, it's your turn, 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 it's your turn. It's like a combination of the worst designed preemptive multitasking combined with the worst designed cooperative multitasking. The practical upshot is that macOS ran very slow with multi-finder compared to single finder, to the point that up until System 7, which was released in 92,
91.
multi-finder 91, multi-finder was optional. Now I should note by 91, multitasking had become more or less a standard on most computers of that era. So you've already got a dead-end operating system. Then Motorola makes a bunch of bad noises and then acts like a laserjet printer. And suddenly, you don't have a replacement for your Motorola 680 XO chip that you've been promising has been the greatest thing and is so much better than Intel chips. So what do? What does any business...
Sorry.
Well, no, you do something worse than shit a brick. You get into bed with IBM. And this is where the AIM Alliance was born. The Apple, IBM, Motorola Alliance, designed to create a chip to replace Intel as the dominant architecture. And they called it PowerPC.
Isn't it also AIM Alliance, like where we get like ASL from in like chat rooms, you know, with like the AOL Instant Messenger service?
No, that was the eWorld.
Well, no, the fact of the matter, though, is that AOL Instant Messenger provide useful value to society. The PowerPC chip, not so much, especially when used in the classic Macintosh for reasons that will become clear. Now, the biggest problem with classic Mac is it was entirely tied to the design of the Motorola 680 XO. And the PowerPC had about 20 years of technological progress attached to it. So, what were they going to do? Were they going to try and port a utter tangled bastard of code to PowerPC? No, and they were going to write an emulator that ran at all times and emulate the entire operating system from the top down. This, folks, is how macOS system 7.1 to 9 ran on PowerPC systems, with most of the code still running in 680 XO mode, with some exceptions. I thought it was a 03.
02. No PMMU.
Oh, you're right. There was no PMMU. Oh, yes. And there was, for most of its life, most Macs did not have memory management. That wasn't even standard until New World.
False. PMMU is included in the 68030. You could get a 68020 Mac 2, throw in an FPU and a PMMU, and suddenly it was pretty much good to go for the rest of its life, with the exception that it was still 24-bit addressing. It wasn't a 32-bit clean model.
No, but it wasn't standard, though.
It was standard on the 030. It was not standard on the 020.
True. Okay. Did macOS actually use it? Because
yes, because otherwise System 7 could not do virtual memory paging.
Okay. All right. You know, I'm willing to accept when I'm wrong, because I don't live and breathe Mac every day. I don't work at Fail Factory.
That's 2.
He's going to come hunt me down and kill me.
I'm going to ram some macOS up here. Never mind. Continue.
No, he's going to hunt me down for coming up with this meeting theme.
No.
Well, you know, incidentally, a programming manual and a compiler for Apple Dylan showed up.
You're getting one of these for your birthday.
So it's interesting. We were having an entire talk about the Pippin, and specifically if it's an old world Mac, and it turns out it is, and it has open firmware.
Yes, it does.
And then we were talking about, so could we get Mac OS 10 to run on it?
This has become a game of bastards charades.
I wish I had a webcam on. But I'm sorry, I haven't had the ability to tweak Neo in about almost a year at this point.
You keep using that word, and I keep thinking of it as its other term.
What, interesting?
No, you never heard the term tweak your nipples?
I live a sheltered life.
I wish I lived a sheltered life, but I know you. So, do you want to know another interesting thing about soft Windows Neo since you've got it on screen?
And then I guess we'll transition
Has a
to
really
my thing and
excellent
his
fat
thing.
font that belongs on every single computer in the universe.
It was what underpinned NTVDM on all non-x86 versions of Windows NT. Oh, crap, you knew that, didn't you?
Yeah.
So I also have one other piece of horrorware that I want to show in person. I currently have in my file folder Visual C++ for Macintosh Cross Development Edition.
Wow.
Painful. Very
It has
painful.
it has a Visual Studio with a Motorola 680 XO processor and a partial port of Win32.
Ow. That's going to hurt.
Okay, so
So I don't know how much more point I have.
I was gonna say, do you have anything else? Otherwise, we'll do my thing real quick and then give it all to Neo for the rest of the floor.
I'm so sorry, but I'll definitely take a quick smoke break in the meantime.
Okay, so I'll bullshit while he smokes.
That's fine.
Okay.
Smoking
So, the long story short is, I would love to give a more detailed example of the failures. The way I would describe Apple engineering from inception to the end is they've had moments of brilliance, like the Woz floppy controller, followed by mostly poor mediocrity for basically their entire existence as an engineering company.
Didn't they originate the term like engineering with quotes?
Well, they're also the project that gave us the gifts that kept on giving. Copeland, Tangent, and what was the other one?
Twin Rhapsody.
Hold on a sec. I gotta stop screen sharing.
All right, in that case, I'm going to start bullshitting, I guess.
No. I just give me a moment. I have someone that keeps calling me.
That's Apple. They're coming to get you.
Yeah.
Coming to get you for all the bad talk.
Yeah, sorry about that. I apologize.
No, that's fine. I'm really shocked that like hookers don't appear on the screen right now every time I'm live streaming. So
yeah, is my I'm not even sure my live streaming. Yeah. No. Oh, for the love of. Okay, sorry. I've got to drop.
I apologize.
Okay. No, that's perfectly fine.
I'll bullshit in the meantime.
No.
Starting with stupid.
I can do my segment quick, and worst comes to worst, I have a very short video I can play before I give it to you on the floor. So I'll take it from here.
All right.
So let's see here. I'm gonna be like old man side pocket, and there we go. Just have to do some laptop gymnastics here. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna mute the desktop audio, so it's just gonna be this. All right, then go back quickly. Okay, I'm doing my segment real quick, and then we can go to insanity. So, yeah, because we didn't know that way you can like relax and stuff. So here we go. I'm gonna mute my mic now. Okay, so everyone on the live stream. So basically, hi. Thank you for watching all the stuff so far. This is just going to be me with my voice up until we get to a certain camera segment that will hopefully work. If not, I can just talk about stuff. And this is our September meeting. We've titled it Egg Freckles, thanks to Old Man Neo for that reference. And or Cranky Kong, I think we referred to him as. And if you have any questions or comments or anything, please let me know in chat. And if you enjoy this content, you can hit that bell, click like, share, subscribe on Twitch, YouTube, or DLive. We appreciate you all on there. If you do follow, we do get notifications, and we, as you've been seeing in the live stream, we like to cheer that stuff out. So, I have a short, quick segment, especially considering how much fail the current laptop is going. And that talk, if I can scroll down here, is called A Kinky Hack to Sideload iOS Applications. So, this is the App Store. If you are unfortunate enough to own an iPhone, an iPad, or basically any Apple product within, I would say, about the past 5 years, you have been very familiar with this weird A construction that looks like it's made out of Lincoln Logs, and this is where all your applications are sourced from. Now with Mac, there's obviously, I believe there's certain installer types, there's homebrew through the terminal and stuff, but for the majority of people, especially for normal casual computer users, the App Store is key for everything. Also, let me know in chat if you can all hear me out there. I'm actually going to check that right now real quick. Just taking a quick pause here to check. Yes, I do have my mic on, so I think we are good. Watch, I'll probably reboot out of the machine. So, the thing about the App Store is like, well, you know, to ask like a Passover type question, it's like, what makes the App Store different from all the other App Stores? Well, quite simply, it's how walled garden Apple is. As you probably have heard the recent announcement, they are walled gardening so much that walled gardening is basically they're making everything proprietary, and they're making it so that they have top-level control. They're having so much control of that, as I mentioned in Thomas's talk, they are now going to develop with Intel their own silicon ARM chips because in software dependability, there's what's called a pyramid of power. And what you want to do is you want to climb that pyramid so that, Freudian slip, pyramid, where like the base stuff is just sort of like your like subscriptions that you sign up for on a web browser, and then like, well, how do those subscriptions work and those websites work? Will they reliant on the web browser? What does the web browser rely on? Will they for the iOS? And the very top of that pyramid is the hardware. That's why, for example, when you see my brain just blanked out. When you see Amazon release terrible dumb ideas like the Fire Phone, or speaking of phones, when Microsoft tried to enter with the phone market, they know they're going to take hit losses and possibly not adaptability of those hardware devices, but they're trying to put the hardware out there because they want them to be adapted, because if they can control the hardware, they literally control almost all production, and it basically makes it very difficult to hack. This is one of the main reasons, and probably the main reason, why Apple wants to make its own ARM chips. Even without this sort of upgrade, for years notoriously, we've had issues with the App Store here, such as probably if you've read the news of Fortnite banning Apple and Google from the App Store. Apple and Google banning Fortnite from the App Store. I've run out of things to drink. I'll probably refresh that later. And the whole Epic suing cases, which in this case you can still get the APK from Fortnite website and run Fortnite on Android, because you can easily add applications that are outside of the App Store. Well, some depends on the model, sometimes easily, but base Android, you can load programs. Apple is so walled garden that this is something that's considered impossible to most people, and if you talk to Apple, they'll tell you it's kind of impossible. As well as recent things such as when they went crazy again and they took out all streaming services, including xCloud and Stadia, and then let them back in, except since xCloud and Stadia, you're streaming games with the caveat that every game that is on that streaming service also has to go through Apple again, otherwise they'll ban the app. And these type of restrictions has put also with revenue cuts and other forms of control that drive developers as well as users completely crazy about this. So, is there a solution for it? Yes, it is. And you're probably thinking, oh, what crazy, like, super Aaron Schwartz computer hackers made some sort of exploit where you can load other applications on there? Well, ironically enough, and this is probably hopefully where we get demonetized, it was not some crazy super hackers per se, like from the traditional security scene, but actually from the place where you would least expect it. So, for all the young kids out there, this is FetLife. FetLife is a website that, let's say, they engage in some very interesting extracurricular activities. The best thing I've ever heard them describe as is that they are the Facebook of kink. They also, well, they don't have the spying problem usually that Facebook has, but like when you think of like dramas and flame wars and memes, that has that all there, except as from a sadomasochism, a BDSM view. And the interesting thing about them is because of their sexual nature, obviously, neither App Store nor Google's Play or the Apple App Store will not allow FetLife on there. Now, obviously, just like with Fortnite, there's an easy workaround for this. They have the APK directly to download, and you just click on the APK on your Android phone and then activate it, say, yeah, I can install outside stuff and put that on there. But for iOS, they actually came up with something kind of clever where they were able, to use various exploits in the development process for the phone in order to install stuff on here. And this is the part where the demo gods, hey there, 936 Ambrose 604. God, I feel like I just dialed like Guam or something. Cool username though. This is where I'm going to attempt, and the key word is attempt, to, if I can screen share here, show you, let's see, what, let's try entire screen. Okay, let's try this. Hopefully, and this is where I'm going to get issues. Okay, I'm gonna attempt to stop the screen sharing. Oop. Let's see. So don't allow. That should have popped everything back. Yes, it did. Okay, give me one moment. I'm gonna try to get this thing going here. So just give me 1 minute. I'm gonna attempt to do this. This should be really funny. See if it will allow me to do this. Alright. Give me one more moment, otherwise I can talk through the rest of this, so don't worry everybody. Let's see. Move that guy. Oh, that would explain that. I have that unplugged. Where did the plug go? That's also probably what they say, if I can make a crude joke, that's also probably what they say on FetLife. Where did the plug go? Everyone insert groaning there. Alright, so we're gonna try to add this video capture device here. Let's see if anything comes up. There we go. Okay, so they can't see this, but you can all see this. And I'm just going to do this basic window here and show you what's been going on. We're going to do this G.I. Jack style, as they say. So this is a MacBook that Squirtle has lent me to demo this purpose. So what I have here is I have the Apple terminal open. So first of all, you need the latest version of Xcode in order to make any of this work. And so the first thing we're going to do, which I've already done, and I'm going to try to do this again, and I wonder how many people are going to try to decipher the password from this. Hold on. Ironically enough, I am not used to doing this one-handed. Ha ha ha. So let's see. So we should get a result on that. It should already say, yep. It's letting me know we already installed CocoaPods, because that's what we're going to use here in order to do this. So the next thing we are going to do, if I'm allowed to do this, oh, that's the wrong thing. Going back in time here. That was a completely different thing. See, basically I'm going to have to do this up until a certain point. That's what makes this fun. And I actually have to, I already thought I had something copy pasted that I didn't, because there is one adjust direction. Wait a minute, what do you mean straight? No, there we go. Why is it doing crazy stuff? Alright, so. And now we have two doppelgangers crash in here. Oh, hold on. I have the bolt on. Give me one moment here. Sorry, let me do a break here. I apologize. They were arguing downstairs again. So I didn't want like it to spill over up here. I thought Squirrel was coming too.
He is.
Okay. Gotcha. Alright, so the next part here is we are going to forgot to type things. Here we go. We're going to clone this. Yep, we're going to clone this into our Mac here, and then we're going to go into the folder. So now we are in iOS, and then we're going to install the pod. And I'm sorry if this looks a little blurry here. That's because this external camera is not the greatest when it comes to like close-up focus stuff. So right now it's cloning the spec repo from the CocoaPod spec GIF. That's going to take a little bit. And then to kind of jump ahead here, we're going to open the fetlife.xcwork space. And that's the beginning part. And now I can actually put this Mac away. And see, I told you my part was going to be a hot mess. And I'm going to take away the video capture feed, and we're going to go back to normal here. Alright, so rest of the talk this real quick. So to run down, because I have the code up here, what you would do, because unfortunately I don't have an iPhone. A friend of mine was supposed to drop off an iPhone. That didn't happen. Yeah, you know, things like that happen. So what you would do is once you would open the FetLife XC workspace, it's basically looking for a connection to your phone. So then you would connect your iPhone, and then you would go through the menu, and you would go through the Scheme toolbar menu, and select that, and then that would bring up the, hey, do you want to load this developer app? And you would click Run. If there's an error, because I've done this before, it's just I don't have the phone with me. The button identifier would be unavailable. Usually this thing works, and actually the newer your OS, including the one that just got updated after the Apple event, will work the better. Once the pop-up window happens, you click Fix Issues. This is kind of the exploit here. Then you enter your username password for your iCloud account. You select the development team, which is basically your own username. And thank you for that offer. I know. I would totally do that. Maybe I'll repeat this talk again. There's an angry squirrel coming up. That's down in the background. And then, so you click your own name. It's going to be confused by that. You keep selecting it until it says yes. And then you unlock your phone so your Mac can install the app on your phone. And then you trust your own ID as the developer, and then it will install, and you have FetLife on your phone. When this exploit came out, this actually basically blew a hole into, oh, if we can put just individual apps, what about groups of apps? And that led to 2 pieces of development that has blown the garden wide open, which is probably why they want to use these updated ARM chips. One is the Alt Store, which basically uses that same technique to put an actual alternative store where apps like FetLife can actually be on there, and if you have developer apps that aren't approved by Apple, you can install that from there. They have their own GitHub page. Also, if you want to see the FetLife iOS code, if you're on Twitch, you can scroll down from the stream you're currently on. You can see our GitHub. We have the FetLife iOS pinned if you want to go through the code, and it's the same. It's a very similar exploit here. You clone that in, and you run it recursive through the dev, and it loads. And there's an even crazier, easier way to install FetLife in particular, which again, there's more of these type of services, where you go to Tweak Ninja, which basically allows you to, it turns your iPhone essentially into the same abilities that Android has, you know, where you can install rogue APKs. With these, you can install rogue injectors for App OS devices. So I'm going to kind of skip around here. So you install that. Tweak Ninja, it's directly off their website. It reads as a developer app natively through the browser. And once you put that there and you access the application, you will find on there one of the many apps is the FetLife app, and the FetLife app is actually a specific injector. So you install the FetLife injector. Yep, and then you do the install approval process. And in order to basically generate like a fake user, like approved, if you've ever heard of like Bible Quest and stuff, it uses like a fake a validator from a real game in order to load in its malicious code. And holy crap, I can see your face. It uses the same thing where you have to basically install some other minor app and then you can instantly uninstall it in order to get the positive validation, and that will pass off its positive security credentials as the injector you're trying to do, and it'll insert its own code instead of the application code. And then you have FetLife running on your machine here. So that's basically that. I don't know if anyone has any questions in chat about what I just showed, but we're gonna go back to the Jitsi in a moment here. And then I'm going to introduce Neo, and considering Ciricel and Squirtle has now arrived in the building, this will become really hilarious. So I'm going to unmute myself. So, Neo, I don't know if you want to turn on your video feed, if you're there, because you're about to good to go here. I don't know if you can hear me on here. Okay. 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 Because I have to get dinner for myself eventually. Yeah. Can someone poke Neo? Yo. There he is. So I'm gonna while he resets up real quick, I'm gonna introduce him. And I don't know if N Commander's coming back. I think he's actually going to show up here, so we're all probably going to torture you. Oh, he's already trying to turn us off. I don't know if he's trying to turn us on either. But, so, yes. So before I hand over the floor, I think he'll appreciate this. So this is Neo. He's a longtime friend, in air quotes, of mine. We met way back at 2600 meeting when he used to wear a trench coat, and now, funny enough, I wear a trench coat. And he actually is famous for a lot of things. He does accessibility stuff for all the hackers around here. He is our resident old fart that anytime we need dates, times, and locations and identification of hardware, he's our guy. He's also honestly truly a reliable friend. You probably have seen him if you go to Hackers Planet Earth at the disinformation desk, which he runs, air quote, because I don't know how you would run an information desk at Hackers on Planet. Oh, he has a new one! Oh, Lord. Where's the witch hat? No. Now he's a real warlock. But, you probably know him from Hope from running the disinformation desk, but probably more famously, you probably know him for this. Because we will never let him live this down.
It's hard to see around a lectern. I've never tried this before. Yeah. All right. No. Oh, I can't. That was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life. I know. Oh, I can't believe that.
We figured that because he had a hard time dealing with FreeDOS, it might be a bit easier for him to talk about Macs. And every time I talk to him about Macs or Atari products, like Dr. Scratch and Sniff, he tends to lose more of his hair. So, without further ado, here's Neo, and the peanut gallery, after they get food, will be slowly filtering in. So, in the meantime, I'm it for now, so. Which is usually more than enough.
Peanutting going around here. So since I can't actually read what's off the screen right at this distance, someone's going to have to like shout out all the questions as they come in.
Will do.
The first one being, yeah, finally, I have a monitor. Woo! All right, so I'm looking for this one particular cover. Oh, here we go. Let's see if I can find it. Of Macworld magazine. This is going back to maybe 96 or 97. And the only thing I can find is this fucking Mac user cover, which does not help me at all.
I believe you were in college by then, right?
I was just shy of college. So all this was taking place around the time when I decided, okay, right.
Yeah, that wasn't a joke. I meant
I'm
that.
a fucking computer programmer. And there's a long story behind that anyway. But I was really going to start off with that cover and say, well, that's the reason why Apple lost its shit. And Apple really did lose its shit early on in the years. It's not exactly a midlife crisis, but yeah, they kind of had a midlife crisis. They had awakening. All of this is like new Macworld shit, and that doesn't help me at all. But as soon as I find it, I'll find it. But I was going to start off by saying, look, you know, Apple's original history was a bunch of fucking artists, smokers, joints rollers, you know. I mean, they're almost as cool as Atari, but Atari actually snorted coke at CES. And the best Apple could do was like fly up a Jolly Roger. So they would never be as cool as Atari could ever possibly be, but they came close. And probably the only reason why Apple still exists is because of the crash in '83, which I know Sidepocket could talk for years about, because that was really the defining moment. A lot of computer companies that were big names, including Commodore, just tanked, and they all tanked at the same time.
The only caveat that I will point out to that is that for a lot of software, even though it did affect things globally, it mainly affects stuff in America. This is the reason why when you look at computer history such as Western and Eastern Europe and East Asia, they have a slightly different trajectory because they didn't suffer a full-on crash. There was a market dip because of Americans' essential temporary exit in the market, but they didn't experience a full-on crash that we did, and that's why, especially for example in Europe, you'll notice that kind of the hardware PC user scene is stronger than it is and flavored different than America because they didn't suffer a full-on crash like we did.
Well, moreover, think of the names that actually survived that crash. I mean, Apple kind of survived because it was never in the video game industry. IBM survived because it wasn't in the video game industry. Nintendo exists because of it. Sega didn't quite survive after all, did it? I mean...
well, they were selling records back then, so...
But the point of the era, and let's see if I can actually find it now, because there are a number of names in the Macintosh and especially in the Apple world that really do have to be given their fucking credit. So a couple of them, let's see if I can find a good example. Here we are, Susan Kerr, Bill Atkinson.
Apple is notorious for not crediting people.
Well, we got to give them credit, especially when it comes to this person, Susan Kerr. Probably best known for one stupid icon. One icon in the history of Apple has been more important than any other. And let's see if I can actually make it appear at this point. This one right here. Cloris the dog cow.
Oh, shit.
This, I don't know if I can actually zoom it up and scale it up, but Cloris the dog cow is an example, a prime example of Apple at its peak. Oh, we do have it. Great. Now, don't tell me, yeah, that's not the real dog cow, but I know it's not the real dog cow because if I had the real dog cow, I would have put it up on the screen earlier. So 1, moof. 2, vroom. 3, this is what Apple was in its heyday. It was a bunch of artists getting around and looking at this tool, this new graphical environment, and saying, well, you know, maybe we can do something with it. Let's see what it's worth. So I want you to imagine that you're like perfect R&D, nothing more than just R&D, and all of your creative juices are flowing. And it's during this time that Macintosh really starts coming in. Human interfaces are new. Humane interfaces, Jeff Raskin, are new. People are trying to figure out, all right, how do we teach this new appliance? Now, let me rephrase the word. Appliance, not application, not program. this appliance, this home device, when personal computers are still new to the vast majority, how to use it, how do we interact with them, and how, most important of all, do we allow users to get their work done, not think about how they have to get work done. This is what I'm showing right now, Apple Human Interface Guidelines from 1992, and they're very clear from the very beginning. They're using metaphors in order to describe tasks that we might recognize as like a shell script, and they're saying, no, this is just going to be a list of operations in sequence. That's how you get macro makers. Macros come out of shell scripts. You know, another example is direct manipulation. So grabbing an icon and throwing it off the screen. This is going to become the basis for Newton. This is going to become the basis for a whole bunch of things. In fact, IBM took it to the hilt and made everything draggable and droppable. But it became a cluttered friggin' mess.
And also, which I do have in a different video, they also did the annoying mistake which affected me when I was younger of dragging and dropping in other Windows-made links instead of copying data.
Correct. And that's more of a question of hard link versus soft link, aliasing, and that goes back actually to about System 7 in our case. But
Yep.
I'm not going to really digress on that. But what I am going to say is that people did research prior to releasing a product. So the notion of what you see is what you get. This is an artist's doing. Like, an engineer does not give a fuck what is on screen. They don't care how many pixels across it is or whether this is the real size of the object, as long as the finished product looks good. We're talking about an era where what you have on screen should match what the final product. We are still in the papered office. Remember, Jobs wanted a documentless office, a paperless office. He never fucking succeeded because we got more paper now than ever. But okay, the fucker was wrong about a lot of shit. CM point, consistency being a main one. This consistency right here on page, what page is this? Page 7 of the Human Interfaces Guidelines gets violated as soon as Steve Jobs comes back. Why? Because you're trying to mesh Next with fucking Macintosh. Now, Macintosh philosophy is very different from Next philosophy. Next is coming from Unix into a graphical world. Whereas Macintosh, let's see if we can get it up. Macintosh is absolutely clean and simple. It is reduced. It is a limited vocabulary of symbols that you have to learn, because remember, if this appliance, this Macintosh computer is new, then you have a learning curve to go with it. And not only a learning curve, but if you knew something about computing, you were probably already interested in GEM or Atari ST or even Amiga, GSOS. You were not interested in Macintosh. And if you had no experience with computing, you wanted a rudimentary vocabulary so that people get on the ground running fast. And frankly, that's where Macintosh succeeded. So let me pull up a very good example of where Macintosh succeeded. Here we go. Probably one of the best word processors in history is MacWrite Pro. Works on a Mac Plus, works on the last G4, as long as you have Classic. And it really is, when you do hold it up to your monitor on a classical Macintosh or any 72 DPI machine, what you see is what you get. This is the way that an artist would work. Show me a fucking canvas. You know, don't scale it if you have to. The new version included scaling because the monitors are kind of small, but you can see it's concise, it's straightforward, and it's consistent with every other aspect of Mac OS. I believe it even has, if I'm not mistaken, an Easter egg hidden in somewhere.
It's kind of great that you brought that up, because it's like modern Apple could really be described as like them trying to use like the artifice of being an artist, but with like bad programmer's logic.
Well, that's where the critical moment comes in. That's where you have the duality between Apple then. By the way, Claris was Apple the same way that Lotus was IBM. So I just want to point that out. You'll see not a couple of repeated names. But Apple then was a bunch of creative folk literally sitting around and being geniuses that they wanted to be. And, you know, in the absence of Steve Jobs, it was not a bad move. So this is the time of kind of era where you get Bill Wilkinson's design, HyperCard. Now, HyperCard is definitely one of those programming languages. I mean, you heard about AppleScript earlier. HyperCard kind of predates it a little bit, not by enough, but just enough that you can see the resemblance in the two languages. But the philosophy that goes into HyperCard ends up making wikis possible. The idea that data can be related and that the card itself, what you're looking at, is a program. So HyperCard stacks are fucking wild. And I choose that name for a reason. It's actually the type and creator code of this program. But you can see a certain resemblance. This is all programmable, all cross-referenced, and it was given to the fucking user. I mean, yeah, you had a demo here and there, but this was just given to the user. You didn't have to buy into Semantic C Works, or you didn't have to buy into, you know, Visual, whatever, what was it, Visual Basic, Visual C was available around the time. It was just given to the user. Do what the fuck you want. And it was a different philosophy. It was one of those, you know, live and let live, and we can all do whatever the fuck we want philosophies. So HyperCard really is one of those understated technologies that just came out of the creative mind of Wilkinson, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see if, here we go. Where is
What happened to Wilkinson?
I believe he left Apple, and I believe it was around the time of 7.1.2's release. God, if I remember, but it's definitely going to be on Wikipedia. He's definitely one of those people that really made a huge difference in computing in general, as well as in the Macintosh field. Andy Hertzfeld, if I remember correctly, I could be mistaken on this one, probably ended up going to, I think he was in Macworld for a while and then became a software reporter. I honestly don't know. Let me see if I can find a quick, or was it Atkinson who did it? There are so many names here. There's just so many different names of people who made great contributions into computing. Jeff Raskin is the last no longer with us, but if you read his Humane Interface, you will see his hallmark and his thumbprint everywhere, from the Canon Cat into the Macintosh. So you've got these people who are starting computing for the general public and being cool and groovy about it. Not only that, but they're also starting to address things that even today we have a problem with. I'm going to take you to page 24. Actually, here's one that I will point out: forgiveness. You know, if a user makes a mistake, let them, you know, learn from their mistakes. If you've ever read or watched the Bill Moyers and Joseph Campbell interview, when they talk about the monolithic God and how Joseph Campbell says his computers kind of resembles like the monolithic demanding God, because you make a mistake and it doesn't forgive you. Well, this is where forgiveness comes in. Aesthetic integrity is vitally important to the Macintosh because that's what gives it its look and feel. You know, you've had lawsuits over this. Modelessness. Now, this is something that's now missing from iOS and Mac OS. If you've got a mobile device, everything you do is in a mode. It's blocking you. So if I wanted, for example, take a picture, throw it over to Photos, for example, do a little tweaking on it, and then send it over to Twitter, I have to go through 3 separate apps. And the same thing applies also when you're dealing with Android. These are different apps. Once the app runs, it takes over your screen. So in that sense, we haven't really evolved past the Finder multi-finder paradigm. Let's see if I can get to another one. Page 13, know your audience. Knowledge of your audience is what really does make a good program fly. This is why Linux is popular with programmers and not with end users. This is why Macintosh is familiar with, shall we say, less technically sophisticated people. It's they know their audience. And just because I happen to be in the field, I am going to point out that on page 14 of a 410-page document, accessibility shows up. They're addressing these things early on. So if you're an artist and you've read about Sergei Eisenstein, you will know that he was discussing the role of color in a time when black and white was it. You know, there was nothing else. There was no color yet. The best you could hope for really was to go over your film with crayon and try to color it in.
I have a question. I have a question. Do you think that, especially nowadays, that besides general competence, that's the reason why no one wants to try to, essentially be like, hey, how do we make this more simple for our audience and shrink it down? Because everyone's worried about pulling a Windows 8 where they tried to put Metro, which didn't work in the first place, and that's kind of scarred everyone from even trying now.
I think it's a little more different than that. It's Windows Metro was a way to merge two different incompatible interfaces. So I'll go on the tangent for a second. Linux has this problem, especially in GNOME. Windows has this problem because they're both also used in the server room. So when you're thinking about IIS, you run it on Windows Server. Do you really want your server room operating system to be a finger poking interface? Why would you want to fucking do that? That is stupid. What you want in a server room is, I want to hit a command line, run this instruction, get the fuck out. I don't want to be sitting around watching animations and eye candy and, oh, it looks so pretty. Fuck that shit. I need to get into my AD controller, get rid of the son of a bitch who's being a dick to my office, throw him the fuck out, lock down his stuff. So, yeah, in that case, having big, poofy, cutesy, artistic appearances does not help. It impedes you from actually getting the work done. And that is straight up Jeff Raskin. You want your users to do what they're going to do, not think about how they're going to do it. And in the case of Apple, especially nowadays with eye candy and animation, originally it was cute. I mean, okay, I'll grant it. There's something really nice about being able to see this guy flicker when I let go of, actually, I'll bring it up right now because this is something that I think is Macintosh only. I've never seen it used anywhere else. Here we are under general controls. The number of times the menu bar flicks when you let go of the mouse. So now you know what you've selected. So again, why would you do that? Well, this is a design that goes back to black and white days. In fact, Macintosh, pretty much up to, I want to say Mac OS 8.0, you could run in black and white perfectly and not lose a single piece of information because, again, you have that constrained vocabulary from the very beginning. I could lose the entirety of my desktop file objects. These would become generic objects, but I would still be able to recognize them because they follow the convention. Folder, document, disk, applications on a diamond. All of that rudimentary communication makes it so much easier to learn. And there's your flicker one more time. Now, I turn it off because I don't want to be impeded. That, for me, is a delay. I want to work. I don't want to have to wait for the computer to catch up to me. And Apple kind of has glommed onto that for some strange reason. But during all this creativity, where you have, during the John Scully era specifically, because that's when it really comes out more than anywhere else, and I'll just flick over now. The Scully years are very interesting because you're seeing Apple at its peak creativity. You're seeing products come out that are a little bit more commercial. I mean, the 2CX, for example, was the first Mac assembled in front of an audience. If you take a classic Macintosh, you had to assemble it the same way you would assemble a car or an airplane. Multiple people, precision technique engineering, everything has to go just so. This one you could slap together in 3 seconds, and if you were watching earlier when I was banging the crap out of it, I could not do that to the preceding model. Like the Mac 2, you can't just slap together. The classic Macs, whether it's a Plus, an SE, an SE30, what have you, they have to be precisely done, and it's basically an artisanal design. So as far as artistry goes, not bad. But eventually Apple has to start making money. And that's really where the downfall begins. Let's see if I can find another particular cover. I'm getting ahead of myself here. I'm just scrolling right through.
One thing that's often brought up, speaking of games, like we started out with, is that it basically feels like they sort of flipped places where Apple used to be known for like their games and their artistic projects, and like Windows was seen as like the dev thing, while when you go out to like reporting and dev stuff, all I see are fleets of Macs, and now like everyone does art stuff on either Windows or Linux. Gaming.
Well, one of the reasons why people are now doing their artistic work on Windows and Linux is because Apple abandoned them. This is a major catastrophe for their market. And I'm going to bring up one more program on this laptop as soon as I can. But you're seeing the creativity right here. Newton was way ahead of its time. Yes, its handwriting recognition was shit, but hey, if you've used handwriting recognition on Mac OS X, you have the Newton to thank. Sucker. Also,
Freckles.
JSON. If you look at the human readability of JSON and how different programs can access the same information that's produced by another program, you're looking at data soups, triple stores. You're also looking at basically one of the best fucking interfaces ever for calendaring. The only thing it doesn't have is alternative calendar formats or a Unix timestamp on it. But this was going to be its future, and a little ahead of the time. I know some people have ordered what was it, a slate called Remarkable. Basically, that's a glorified Newton. And at the same time, Apple is beginning to start cloning these out, licensing it to Motorola, to Sharp, I think also to Fuji at the same time, so that their technology starts to spread out. Again, this was an R&D project. You know, this was a goof. When were you going to make money on it? Well, the answer is you make money on it when you start making phones 20 years later. So all these R&D, all these artistries, it's no different than, for example, when what the hell's his name? What was it? Maxwell? No, Faraday. Faraday was asked in his lab, what is so great and what is the return upon this fucking around with electricity and magnetism? And Faraday, without missing a beat, says, of what purpose is the newborn babe? See, that's what the artistry of Apple in their day was good about. It was, let's have fun. Let's see what we can do. Unfortunately, somewhere along the line, and I don't have the matching Macworld, cover to show, but somewhere along the line, BIOS happened. And that's really, here we go.
Everyone in chat is laughing. Good job.
So this, I think, is the moment when Apple shat bricks. This is the moment when Apple started to realize that, oh, we have competition. Now, two things happened at this point, and I've got to point it out. One is John Scully was ousted. The moment of Scully's ouster is akin to Atari being bought out by the Tramuels, okay? If you know your Atari history, you'll know that before the Tramuels took over Atari, they were snorting coke, making games, fucking money hand over fist. They were the Olympic sponsors for the U.S. teams. Atari was the fucking name. And after 83, they were just hemorrhaging money left and right. They were panicking over each other. And they were also trying to get into a home computer industry. So you've got the exact opposite of Apple here. Apple at the time that Atari is ruling is still trying to figure out, do we do Lisa? Do we do Apple III? Do we do Macintosh?
There's actually a quote by Nolan Bushnell where he said, I used to say that I could piss more money, I could make more money than I could piss away, and that you should never say that.
Yes, and that's part of the downfall of Atari, but it's also part of the downfall of Apple. So let's see what happens when you sell your soul for the buck. So Jean-Louis Gasset, most people will break Apple history into 4 groups. Steve Jobs, no Steve Jobs, back with Steve Jobs, and Steve Jobs is dead. Would you please stop sucking his dick? I break it down into 2 major flashpoints, and they are both revolved around the same guy, Jean-Louis Gasset, VP at the time for Macintosh. Now, not only did Gasset get up on stage and build the Mac 2 CX to prove that, hey, yeah, we can compete in, an environment. Let's see if I can actually find the damn thing. Not only can we compete with business, but we can also, be affordable. We can make money on this. But instead, he went off. He made BIOS, leading to a moment of crisis for Apple. I mean, here we have, for example, leaner, meaner OS to derail Windows 95. I mean, come on. I drank the Kool-Aid too. I know what this is all about. So if you were not paying attention as I was flicking through, here's Mac Addict magazine, a fine Kool-Aid, excellent Kool-Aid, actually probably the most creative magazine ever to come out of, anywhere, just dealing with Macs and saying, hey, this is cool shit, but you have to live with the opposite side. Guy Kawasaki, who was the Apple evangelist of the time, had a full back page to himself before David Pogue, if I'm not mistaken. to comment on the Macintosh world, said, listen, there are times when I do not recommend a Macintosh because it's inappropriate. If you're a bean counter, you don't need a Mac. If you're drawing lines on a screen and slinging vectors and, working with Bryce, yeah, you kind of want a Mac. You want to be the creative one because the Macintosh interface was more conducive to you getting your job done. Earlier on, I had a video showing up. Don't know how the fuck I hit the search button, but earlier on, I had a video on called The Dinos. Let's see some dinos. It was a classic Macintosh ad, not, the Macintosh ad, which I do want to get to later. The reason why it worked is because Dad is spending all this time trying to configure config.sys and autoexecute.batch in order to get a CD-ROM drive going. And the kid says, fuck it, I'm going over to Joey's. He's got a Mac. Game over. That lack of configuration or unnecessary configuration time is what made it a good tool. You opened it up, ran it, you got the job done. Woo! Didn't have to sit around configuring shit. So the creative mind definitely flowed under Scully's time. And you get to see a little bit of it documented in Macworld. Let's see if I can jump right to it here. Yeah, so here we go. I mean, here's a classy, anybody had an Optiva, I think it was S80. Similar design, umbilical cord, locked into proper motherboard, slide loading. I mean, some of these features actually did become part of the Macintosh design. You can see the essence of the PowerMac 8100 years later. iBook, again, same concept design. These are artists being artisans and just pushing the limits of the tech. But when BIOS comes out, they finally have something to shit bricks over because they are taking the same Macintosh equipment, running an operating system that really is geared to multimedia, what was supposed to be Apple's, forte, and ripping Apple a new one. And not only that, but you had a Unix underpinning to it. The best Apple could pull out was AUX. So they were going in the opposite direction, taking the Macintosh interface, putting it on top of Unix, whereas BIOS was taking Unix, which every engineer at the time knew. So if you were a long time in computing, you were interested because suddenly your 200 megahertz PowerPC 603 based Performa 6360, which is geared for multimedia, and I happen to love that fucking machine, suddenly flew. Instead of sitting around in MetroWorks, waiting an hour for a compile, you were seeing shit fly by in 10 minutes. Apple was beat at its own game. Scully is out, so there's no wing to operate under so you can be an artisan. Now you've got Emilio and Aiken. And Emilio, it wouldn't be the first time, it wouldn't be the last time. But this is really, I want to say, this is what defines Apple. Not just, hey, we can make money being creative, Jean-Louis Gasset, but hey, you give me $2 billion and I will sell you my OS and you don't have to worry about System 7, or actually Mac OS 8 at that point. Jean-Louis Gasset. So those are the two break points. It's like saying, before World War I, antebellum, and then after World War II. And the Cold War has continued to exist. Apple continues to shit bricks if it doesn't make money. And this is where you start getting a whole plethora of performers. There's a performer coming out every other week. And you're dealing with users who, for the most part, were following the trends and seeing what new machines were coming out. And they would keep up to date. A big difference between the Windows user or the DOS user of the day and the Macintosh user is that the Macintosh user knew their friggin' history. They could tell you stats and details about even the earliest classics, all the way up to the Quadra 950 and into the PowerPC era. And they were savvy. So Apple succeeded in turning a generally ignorant mass of users into, I'm going to say the word, maybe it's not appropriate, but hackers. They knew the guts behind their machine. Their machine had a soul. And one of the souls that they put together during this creative period is also CyberDog. Again, what the hell was CyberDog? Well, CyberDog was supposed to be a confluence of a number of things. Think of it as Netscape Communicator, but done really nicely. So what you have is a browser, an FTP client, news reader client, email client, local area network, file transfers, all based around this notion of having a bookmark. And all of this is running on top of OpenDoc. Now, OpenDoc's great at advantage. Well, I'll explain it. imagine that you're in a standard office. You got a bean counter over there. You got an end report that you have to give at the end of the year. You got the graphic designer on another floor. How do you transfer data between all these three? You know, once upon a time, you would send a report. The bean counter would print out his, long, lengthy report of what the final numbers were, send it off to the graphic design unit. They'd create the pie charts in order to fit. Take that, send it off to prepress. With OpenDoc, all you had to do was say, hey, when you get into Excel, select this particular region and publish it. Now, by publish it, think of it as a live copy paste. So once you've copied and pasted the reference, you could always go back and get the latest information as the bean counter kept updating his books, just to make sure that nobody found out he was chiseling them out for about 3 pennies a day. Then the graphic designers would not really have to work that hard. They would just have to say, hey, this pie chart with this piece of information updated from this computer source. And it didn't matter whether it was Windows or OS2 or BOS or Macintosh or whatever the fuck you had. So all of these documents, all of these internet accessible or empowered documents at a time when the word internet was still new to the vast public. Again, creativity. What they tried to do for the internet was to make it succinct, reduced vocabulary, easy adoption, learning curve. And they pretty much would have succeeded. Right here, I've got a simple one. This is the, Macintosh Garden Repo with a whole bunch of stuff, manuals, games, applications, all loading up. And you'll notice that the appearance is pretty much the same thing as the Macintosh Finder. In fact, let me head over to the Macintosh Finder for a second. Just going to open up any old window. Here's a root directory, view his list. Let's put them side by side. Here we go. The two are pretty much indistinguishable. So once you have learned the Finder, that metaphor of disclosure triangles, folders, and appearance is kept in the internet realm. So your transition is very fast to file transfer protocols, Gopher, Finger, etc. But that creativity era ends when BIOS comes out. Apple shits its bricks. And what does it end up doing? Well, Gil Amelio is the CEO at the time. He's got PowerPC transition on his mind. He's got a company that's losing money because actually Intel is starting to win the game. Microsoft has come out with Windows 95, which again reduces the learning curve for all the new people, and Windows 98 is just around the corner. What the fuck does he do? Well, after he changes his underwear, he goes to BIOS. He goes to Gasset. He says, how much for BIOS? And Jean-Louis Gasset makes probably one of the biggest mistakes ever, or perhaps one of the most correct statements in the universe. He says, $2 billion. Let me remind you, $2 billion is nothing today. 25 years ago, $2 billion would have been the biggest tech acquisition in fucking history. All right, maybe I'm exaggerating there, but it really was a ridiculously large sum of money. Gil Amelio, for his part, turns around, walks out of Gasset's headquarters after saying, thank you very much, we're gone, and heads over to this failed company that cannot make money. You might have heard of it. It's called Next. Now, what the fuck was Next? Now, I alluded to it earlier.
But Next built the internet.
Next can kiss my ass. I'm sorry. Look, there are two things I will say for Next. One, again, like AUX, where you're trying to get Unix underpinnings underneath a classical Macintosh environment, what Next did was try to take BSD, which is already a bad idea, and then throw a GUI on top of it. The two are completely incompatible. The two just don't work. And the worst part is, why the fuck are you using PostScript to rasterize to the screen? There are far better ways of doing that. Quick Draw, again, here's a classic, classic Apple moment from the day. And I think it was Andy Hertzfeld who was working on Quick Draw. It's either Andy Hertzfeld or Bill Atkinson. I can't see the comments from here, so I don't know who is the correct person. But Apple, at its bean counting era, would check at the end of every week to see how many source lines of code you had written. I mean, they were just being like going to the doctor and they're asking you to shit for them because they have that sort of, fecal necessity of knowing what you ate that week. And Hertzfeld or Atkinson, I'm pretty sure it was Atkinson, one fine week decided that, hey, I've got a whole loop here in Quick Draw the entire routine that drives the Macintosh display that I can just get rid of. Do you know how important it is to get rid of unnecessary loops and iterations when you're operating at 8 megahertz? I mean, you're saving millions and millions and millions of milliseconds. Anybody who works in finance, especially on the trading floors, you know what a nanosecond is. It's about $5. So if you can shave off, milliseconds and lines of code, fucking A. So what does he write at the end of his week when they ask how many source lines of code did you write? Negative 4,000. Apple stopped asking him that stupid question ever since. But the attitude was already there. It was, hey, how do we measure our productivity? How do we prove to everybody out there who speaks business that we are viable? Where's our next buck coming from? And next is the moment
corporatism, because one of the things about corporatism is that you have to constantly have positive gain, and that's something that you can't do sustainable long term on.
Well, that's also one of the reasons why Linux is a perfect counter argument to it. I mean, here's the funny thing. As partisan, well, Canonical and Red Hat are weird situations. I mean, Red Hat was the packaging. Red Hat did something very simple, very similar to what Apple did. And if I can find the program, I will show you what I'm referring to. Excuse me 1 second. What Apple did, which was a good move at the time because they'd already gone corporate at this point, was to acquire a small company called Cassidy and Green. And I'm going to hope that some of you in the audience recognize that name. Cassidy and Green wrote a program called SoundJam MP. In fact, that single acquisition did more for Apple than buying Next. Let me show you what the progeny of SoundJam MP is. Might look a little familiar there. That was taken from Cassidy and Green. Now, Apple does something very well. When they acquire well. They acquired Superclock. They acquired Windows Shade. These were add-on products to System 7, System 8. I mean, Windows Shade. Simple shit. Absolutely essential when your monitor is 512 by 342. You don't have that screen real estate. It was acquired by Apple. Superclock up here showing, yeah, I've got a bad PRAM battery. That was an acquisition. It was a good acquisition. Cassidy and Green could have ripped Apple for millions and billions of dollars with SoundJam MP. This is a time when Napster is new. Napster is the hip thing. MP3s are fucking awesome. They're flying left and right, and they are deemed illegal by RIAA even to this fucking day.
Just
but
like
the thing that it is iTunes legitimizes it. iTunes, through Apple, legitimizes this renegade file format. And in the same way, what Next does is it legitimizes BSD. Your display PostScript does the same thing. So basically, Steve Jobs repackages shit. That's all he does. Making a buck off of it, all right, this is where it gets a little more interesting because you can look at Red Hat and say, okay, they legitimized Linux. They packaged Linux. And you can say the same thing about Canonical, with the difference that they're selling a different brand of Kool-Aid, a different heredity, or, even SCO. I don't know if I want to go there right now. Nah, I won't go there right now. I'm just going to leave it right here. Apple starts acquiring. They start acting like a business because they have to show a profit. Why? Because BOS was a threat to their artistry. The damn thing that people forget, though, is that B. Banksy, okay, or however the fuck he pronounced his name. I mean, a legit original artwork can sell for $100 million, and you don't have to lift a finger for the rest of your life. In any R&D project, you are going to lose 90% of your return on investment. Any project, pick it, 90% are going to fail. The 10% that remains, you can charge to the nose. Apple did not understand this. It was the previous culture. So if you had a Mac Classic, you just sold what you had. You had that creativity and you banked on it. and you banked on it repeatedly. In fact, the 20th anniversary Macintosh, which was kind of creative engineering, and if you ever see the machine, it's fucking wild. They asked people, well, what do you think it's worth? And believe it or not, people actually said, I think it's worth about $10,000. The actual cost to manufacture was a lot lower than that, but it was damn fucking sexy. So people are willing to throw money at art, especially functional art.
Would you argue that Steve Jobs is the worst package manager?
Yes. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. He didn't even do Pac-Man. Pac-Man is a better package manager.
From the 80s, too, yeah.
So, yeah, and he's been around, 40 years now?
That's it. They're celebrating the anniversary this year.
Yeah, I think it's 40 now, or 35 or something. No, it's got to be 40. Mario's 35 now. I hear that acid trip going through the plumbing tubes is really going on nowadays.
Oh, no, that's just our apartment.
Oh, well, in that case, good luck to you. So, on the whole, we're getting to the point where Apple bifurcates its history. So, the previous happy-go-lucky, do your own thing, be an artist, be creative, turns into we must make a profit every month. Now, the funny thing is, you don't have to make a profit every month. I've just said so. If you make $1 billion this year, and next year you make 900 million, people start selling your shares. Apple's going to die. They're going to lose money. Dude, you fucking made money. Just pay your creative types and move on.
I also want to add in that another thing modern Apple does, you're talking about how when they acquire well. The new MMO that's going to come from this is when they see an application or a feature on any of their devices, they will tell that group that they've been inspired from it, wholesale copy it, and then blacklist the original from their device, essentially doing full appropriation.
This is later age Apple. I mean, this is more of a post-Jobs thing where they're trying to control the message. And that I want to save like 3 videos just to show you to prove the point. But something like this, which is a really creative design, again, you could see somebody paying $7,000 for it, again, in, what is this, $1995. That's a good chunk of change. But the need to see return on investment, more profit, is exactly what you would expect of an egomaniacal lunatic who has to inflate his ego every time. He has to see his own name in the paper in order to believe he exists. In fact, it's a fucking politician. So you have to sell more in order to inflate yourself, in order to bring more people into the Kool-Aid. Well, the Kool-Aid was already there. You don't have to taint it. You don't have to, now with Go Faster Stripes, just be yourself. But Apple diverges at this point, and it starts doubling down on what is ultimately going to become Mac OS X. Bad move. Massive, radical change. So instead of having an operating system, which granted is hitting its limits, granted, it's a 32-bit operating system. The microkernel design is not that great. It's cooperative multitasking, not preemptive multitasking. All the engineers are coming out of the woodwork saying, gee, it's got a little bit of, spider webs and cobwebs on it. You've got all this deprecated code. And ultimately, you're going back to System 6, which was written in fucking Pascal, because God knows Apple could not do C, but now they have. All of these different things are starting to hit Apple simultaneously, and they're looking at a radical change. But instead of going the BIOS way, which is, all right, how do we get our old stuff to operate on this new architecture as smoothly as our 68K code could run on PowerPC? They instead said, we're just going to create a virtualized environment, which I'll have to give credit. It's kind of intelligent, but the user interface is radically different. And that was like the first shot that everybody could see going on. Mac OS X, not going to delve with its history all that much. I am going to say just one thing regarding Mac OS X, and that's the faithful will always remain faithful. This is one of the more important points about drinking Kool-Aid and saying moof with Chloris. The faithful will never cease from being faithful. But the minute they have a doubt, you have to address it. Let me see if I can find this damn thing too.
While you try to find it, I will bring up my background that when I was in high school, as much as the guy who ran the entire computer facility was honestly an awesome, nice dude, he was a ginormous cult of Mac fans, so our entire system was Macs. We didn't get discounts on Macs, he just was a giant Mac fan, so I still have horror memories of setting up Xcode, and I'll never forget when the bar of soaps that they called mice showed up, which was admittedly an improvement over the tiny pucks that they put in like the urinals at the men's room that were the mice before that, and 8 million other terrible design storages that put me in a triggered zone.
Well, the mice in the cube, all right, the cubes especially, here's one thing about Apple that has to be pointed out. They get it almost right the first time. They almost always nail it right the second time. When in the acquisition of Next, Steve Jobs really fucked up the cube. Steve Jobs would reject motherboards because they weren't aesthetic, and you're trying to get it functional. The second cube was the G4 cube, and it was a fucking flop. You would think that Steve Jobs would learn, don't pull the same trick twice. No, he pulled the fucking same trick twice every time. And unfortunately, I don't have the file I want to pull up here on the other laptop. But like I said, the faithful will remain faithful. What kept Apple alive during Mac OS 8, 8.1, 8.5.6, 9, 904, 922? What kept Classic alive to a lesser extent were certain pieces of software. Now, Photoshop is definitely one of them. Illustrator is definitely one of them. Office was never one of them. Maybe you could say Internet Explorer, because again, CyberDog was very good, but its requirements were very high. And at that point, when Apple is starting to go into Mac OS 8, their wings are starting to get clipped.
I was going to say that whole deal that they had with like the lead up to Safari, where they allowed basically Internet Explorer, and it was like this crazy tit for tat deal.
Well, Safari was, even Safari was a mistake. I mean, it's Conqueror, for fuck's sake. It's KHTML. And Apple had this whole promise of, well, you know, all the open source people are going to benefit from this. Well, guess what? I haven't seen a fucking binary of Darwin since 8.1. That was 20 years ago. You know, where's this? We're paying back to the community shit. Even, what is it? Open Darwin has no support from Apple. So renege on a promise? Oh yeah, that's fucking Apple to a T.
It's actually crazy that you just made me realize that Microsoft has actually pushed and support Windows Linux subsystem more than Apple did with their Darwin initiative.
Yep, absolutely. And it's kind of funny to see that Microsoft Linux and, you know, PC and IBM Linux is replacing Microsoft DOS and PC DOS. I mean, these are the same old names recycled all of a sudden because they're engineers. They just want to get the bean counters to be happy. And they got to the point. But the artisans are a completely different story. Second place where Apple got it wrong, and we are seeing it today, and I'm putting this as a prelude to, I think you can guess which video I'm thinking of right now to show next. Pippin. All right, let me get this fucking straight.
Maybe in partnership with Ben and Namco, I might want to put out that piece of trivia.
Not only that, but Apple was never there during the video game console wars. Okay, remember, they had survived the War of '83, the death knell of Atari, of TI, of a couple hundred, Commodore, other names that everybody fucking knows, by not being in the video game industry.
I also want to quickly point out that thank you, Wolfgang Blitz, for following us on Twitch. He really likes your rants apparently in chat. And two, that right now the peanut gallery is getting food. As soon as they're done getting food, they're going to come in and torture you no matter what I do.
Okay, that's fine by me. But the second thing I will point out is Apple fucks up the first one, gets maybe half right, and then they come back and they nail it on the second one. So Apple Games is a way of nickeling and diming. The reason they legitimized the MP3 player through iTunes was to make sure that they had a store to sell you shit from. And not just any old store, like, you know, Mac Warehouse, Mac Connection, Computerland, CompuServe, CompUSA. Fuck that. They're going to sell it through their stores. And cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. Oh, money, money! And all the artists decide to flop off. So
That's where
This
you get
Apple
monetized.
that we have is jerking off to a dead dick by a showman who everybody fucking knows couldn't code a fucking infinite loop, even though he lived at one. And they completely miss opportunities. Now, the whole thing with Pippin I'm bringing up because I really do want to bring up that one video before you guys go off. Actually, I want to bring up a couple of videos. Before you guys go off and get yourselves, a nice refreshing drink of your choice. I don't care what it is. In the meantime, I will be scrolling through. If you've ever seen this before, anybody watch Serial Experiments Lane? Of course you have, because you have brain cells. You've seen this interface before. You know what this is. This is Apple being creative again, trying to get the third dimension represented as a filing system. Now, again, this was produced in what fucking year was this? 97, 96, 90 something or other?
That's a lot better than in Jurassic Park.
Oh, crap. All right, this is why you should never, ever, ever have your help files online. mcf.research.apple.com. I really hope that the Internet Archive has this stored somewhere.
Probably
But
do.
if I'm not mistaken, they probably do. In fact, let me just find out very quickly while you guys are going for your beers. Oh, I'm sorry, 1996. This particular version, which is unversioned, is December 1996. So in 96, Apple is trying to address the third dimension. And how long has it been since really virtual reality has come to the individual?
And no one has cracked it yet, yeah.
25 years. Again, Apple looks very far ahead in its creativity and fucks up in its short-sightedness. So if you're watching Serial Experiments Lane, I do believe it's Nights is the episode, but you will see this very faintly in the background as one of the wannabes goes walking through the street. So they're ahead of themselves. And okay, so let me throw this together. And finally, I am going to show this video because it really is absolutely vital that people understand. There is one ad, that will show you the absolute utter creativity of Apple. Remember, 1984, actually it was 1983 when it was created by Chiat Day, and if you've heard that name before, then you know what's coming up. Artisans were selling the word. Come on, here we go. So the famous 1984 ad. This is what artisans do. This is artists at work. They're trying to sell a fucking computer. They're selling you a goddamn calculator. And they're making references to Big Brother. Now, Steve Jobs thinks he's, Hammer Woman. He's not. It turns out that Steve Jobs is fucking Big Brother. Maybe literally. Who the hell knows? The thought police, the people in the background, that's your end users. Thought police. Those are the purists over at Apple. Not just the evangelical Apple users, but the ones who say, think different, just like every other fucking cult follower. So I'm going to cut it right here because all you have to do is look up 1984 Apple ad and you get the picture. The problem is what Apple becomes.
The hilariousness, yes. I was going to bring that up.
This is what Apple has turned in. Oh, shit.
It's even more funny when you consider that Epic is owned by Tencent, so it's amazing how a Chinese-based company is going with a Megamax storefront is going after Apple, and Apple's still the one that looks like he's worse coming off. And they're all here now, so I'm going to kind of partner it up to them.
In, History of the World Part 1, where Richard Pryor? No, right behind says, "Oh, the table turned."
So says in HG, you look young.
This is what Apple has become. It has become the exact thing that it is strived against. Being the bean counter, being the lemon going over the edge,
being Big Brother. So there's the rant. Fuck all that shit. Get some brews. It's been fun, and we'll come back afterwards and definitely take some questions.
All right, well, we do have the peanut gallery here. I don't know how sensitive the microphone is, and it's going to sound really wonky on the stream because this is a limitation here. Like, let's see if we can do this. I think that leads into that. Anything you guys want to say?
Neo, can you hear us?
I can hear you perfectly fine.
That's how much a delay there is.
Okay. This is the voice of God. Repent your ways. Put the echo down and find.
How stoned is he?
He just drove here through Jersey City, so I would say the Rock of Gibraltar is his level of stoned.
Oh, in that case, he's not the voice of God. He's just the voice of NJT.
The delay makes this whole thing amazing. So he's covered Nextcube, he's covered Mac OS. You missed him literally jerking off on cam. I'm not kidding.
Wait, what?
What happened?
That's a good thing we missed. No, good thing we missed.
Oh, okay. Remember I have giant headphones on. Yeah, I didn't know, so I wasn't able to clear out stuff, so yeah.
It's fine. This is fine.
His dog on fire. Everything's fine. That's basically been the fail factory for Neo, is he is that dog and everything else is on fire. Okay, I think we have a question here.
All right, I'm all ears. Next question.
I accidentally he said Steve Jobs.
Next question.
Yeah. They're chewing.
I don't know anything about chewing particularly. Oh, hang on a second. I forgot to do something really important. Oh, yeah.
So what's your opinion about cocoa and chocolate? Carbon, whatever the fuck. They name stuff really weird, I'm sorry.
Cocoa and chocolate?
Whatever the heck it is.
All right, well, I would
Carbon the end result of anything Neo tries to code.
There's like a 10-second delay on this, so I'm just going to keep ranting. All right. The problem with Cocoa is the same problem that they had with Classic, which is you can't code in 3 different paradigms simultaneously. It's fucking stupid. Why would you do that? I mean, Max Bug makes more fucking sense than that. You're breaking your efforts into 3 different directions and 3 different paradigms and 3 different operating systems that never really should have gone together in the first place. So that's my objection to Carbon and Cocoa and Classic, all 3 together. As for chocolate, fuck yes. Extra dark, bitter. Toblerone will do nicely, yeah.
Wait, you mean women or the food?
I have to think that one over. Holy shit. I am an equal opportunity. Never mind. Good question. I'll do white chocolate. I'll do dark chocolate.
So what you're saying is your lightning, you'll be plugged into anything.
Do you prefer the the whole chocolate, or do you prefer that with the nugget center?
You mean nougat?
I thought you said this was going to be a peanut gallery, not a penis gallery.
That's all we are. All we ever talk about is dicks, dongles, and social engineering.
I forgot who my audience is. I'm sorry. I forgot my audience. Speaking of forgetting your audience, there is one other video that I do have to pull up. Actually, maybe you can pull it up on the break. It is, actually, I tweeted it. Conan O'Brien lampooning Final Cut Pro 10.
Oh, that, yeah. I might be able to pull it up in a moment. Because I have a different thing to end with. I think everyone will appreciate.
12 monitors here because I don't need this guy anymore. But yeah, that was a really bad move and a very stupid move. Like I was saying earlier during the talk proper, people who are going to be your followers and devotees are going to love you nonetheless. You know, your cult followers are always going to root for you. Your fans are always going to root for you. Otherwise, the Boston Red Sox would not exist. And that's no insult to Boston. It's just a statement of fact. You know, if you don't have your devotees, you don't exist.
As someone who's grown up in Boston, Boston itself is an insult to Boston. But I do want to add that you just made me realize that essentially Mac screwed up Coco by pissing off Team Coco.
All right, let me see if I can. There we go.
Also, question: what's all those what I assume to be Farchild F tapes on the left? What is that leaning tower of NES tapes?
Oh, no. Work, digital talking books, which I'll save for another talk some later time in the future.
Awesome. We're just glad to finally have you on here.
I think Cory Doctorow was trying to get a fundraising going so that he could, read his book on the air. And I'm saying, or have a DRM-free audiobook. And I'm thinking to myself, I can do this on $700.
I know he refused Audible recently.
Yes, and Audible is technically, but not literally, the evil enemy of what I do because I do my shit for free. So I wanted to, at some point, we'll probably do this maybe in the next year, is have a talk on how to do just simple rudimentary podcasting. Most of the equipment you already have, believe it or not. All you need is a good microphone, some techniques, and then editing techniques for, say, Audacity, Lame, Socks, a couple of other minor processing things, and we can have a good discussion on that one.
I'm also with you at this point in the peanut gallery because what I've learned is next time when we have a peanut gallery for you to make sure they're properly fed and watered before they can peanut.
One other mistake Apple made, not giving enough clearance so you plug a cable. All right, here we go.
Did you just say your N-word father? Neglectful! Okay, the other N-word. Okay, remember, I have headphones on. You need to speak up. The OEXE has stopped working.
Hold on.
This is how we get the DFCAs on YouTube.
Yeah, he's going on my machismo right now.
It's that meme.
Yep. See, Neo can be current. When he's not grounded, he can be current.
Lost.
Oh, man. So, you trying to bring up the Team Coco video, or do we have any comments from the hungry people? Cool, I'm not the only one with audio problems.
Here at Conan are some of the best in the business.
By the way, support closed captioning.
They prepared this video statement voicing their support for the new Final Cut Pro. Hi, I'm Dave Grecu, one of the editors here at Conan. We actually really like the new version of Final Cut Pro. We used it to edit the video.
Why don't you tell us the class how classic macOS did narration and Unicode, or lack of there?
OS got Unicode. All right. Now I got to go back in history. So let's go back to System 7. System 7 marks the first point when they really are able to internationalize the system software. Once you're able to Once you're able to internationalize an operating system, basically using a strings method or using resource forks, which is essentially the difference between your executable code and your non-executable data code, you're able to include world script. So it was Mac Roman all throughout, whether it's in Japanese, Hebrew, Arabic, Greek, whatever the fuck you happen to speak. Um, but the problem with Mac OS is that Unicode arrived a little too late to make a big fucking difference. Remember, 92, you're still in the System 6 era, you're barely getting to System 7, and Unicode as UTF-8, which is probably the best form of it, is not yet published. So until you get to macOS 8.5, you don't really have Unicode support because it just does not trickle down to the end engineer. Like maybe engineers who are listening to Pike Talk or what Richie, I think was the other. It was Richie and Pike, right? Whatever. The point is that until Word makes it to the lowly Lemke, who's sitting behind the keyboard at Move Central left of Chloris, you don't have an implementation of Unicode. And you're also trying to reconcile everything you did leading up to this point. So dealing with Mac Roman, dealing with Mac Roman variations per language, and then implementing Unicode on top of it is a really big deal. It's a pain in the ass to implement, but they actually get it right in about 8.6. By the time you hit System Software 904, which is the first 9 that I used, they actually have usable Unicode, and it works. And when they make the transition to Mac OS 10, as far as I can remember, the beta used Mac Roman, but transition to Mac OS 10. Beta, I think they were using UTF-8, were they not?
The thing is, Neo, you say it has workable Unicode, but both macOS 8.6 and macOS 10 uses UCS2. Justify that.
Have to justify that. This is after the Gassé moment. Like I said, I'm breaking down Apple history into 3 sections: before Gassé assembles a 2CX, and after BOS says, fuck you! The whole problem with Apple, again, is that they're dealing with Next, they're dealing with Macintosh, they're dealing with what's new Unix, and they're trying to sell at the same time. That's too much distraction for like the whole bulk of these people. And ultimately, it doesn't matter. As long as it's consistent, you can get away with anything. Realistically, what I would hope that they had done is learn to do decomposition properly. UTF-8 wins out just because of bulk volume anyway.
I know we're on a delay. Do you want to respond?
UTF-8 wins out just because of bulk volume.
Yeah. Okay, whatever. So, in your opinion, do you think Apple would have been better off continuing its Copeland efforts or using BOS then?
I think it would have been well, again, we're now going into hypotheses. I mean, I think that what Apple should have done is break itself into multiple sections just within their operating system development department, and definitely fork off their hardware. I mean, they do have their own fabs as far as I can remember. They could fabricate their own. There we go. They could fabricate their own hardware. So put the hardware division out there. Make them make x86 branded machines. I mean, people will pay the premium for it. Under the OS department, you have to have a distinction between, like I said earlier, server, personal assistants, mobile, smartphone, and your desktop workstation laptop. These are 3 completely separate realms, and that's why you have a distinction between, let's say, Linux on your servers, Windows on your workstation, Android in your pocket. Different paradigms, different use means. Apple could have covered all of them. BIOS might have been a more portable solution, but they probably still would have had some sort of virtualization trick in order to make the transition work. What they probably really needed was just 2 or 3 API calls and access to the ROM. But you would still have to wean off of it. You'd still need New World Macs. You would still need to be able to update not firmwares per se, but your base calls to the hardware. So who knows what would have happened? But really, I think Apple could have done AUX or MK Linux, and MK Linux was the attempt to bring Linux to a Macintosh platform. All I was missing really was drivers, and that's the same problem that happened with AUX. AUX was specific to the Macintosh because it needed to do the toolbox ROM calls and talk to closed, undocumented, weird hardware where drivers are not readily accessible. That would have been fine on the servers, but Apple never belonged in the server room. It would also be fine if they had, performance workstations. Fine. Macintosh did that pretty well right up until, let's say, Final Cut 1.2.5. And then in the mobile unit, you had Newton, and Newton had a lot of technologies that really went under unnoticed. Just the notion of soups, the triple store, applications that can talk to each other and see each other's data. Now, I know this is a major security flaw, and I know we had Malwarebytes on earlier saying how terrible it would be if AppleScript launching applications trying to get data from other programs. But remember, we're talking one user, one computer here. I don't share my cell phone with you guys, and vice versa. It's not a shared piece of equipment like a workstation. It's a personal computer. It is a personal digital assistant. And in that sense, who fucking needs security? And it would be very handy if, Proto Siri, which would be Newton, the Newton assistant, could set up a meeting for you down the road, let's say 2 weeks down the road, and remind you to buy your toothbrush and toilet paper because it was taking a look at what you bought last week from Amazon. That would be handy. I would really like to see Apple just release few pieces of source code to the public. Newton would be one of them. System 7.1 would be one of them. And just to see what would have happened. If Microsoft can release GW Basic and MS-DOS 3.3, then fuck it, release it. Because if after 25 years you're not touching this software and it's not making you any money, let go of it, give it to the public. And I think that's one of the reasons why Microsoft has realized why they can get rid of their legacy stock. It's because they're not going to do shit with fucking DOS 3.3. So let it go. Let the creatives be creative.
I would love to. I'm feeling they want to respond, but I do want to read a question from the chat here, which I think this is going to trigger Neo. Someone wrote, what are your thoughts on what Jobs did when he rejoined Apple? He really seemed to streamline the product line. What would have happened without him? Would Apple be dead today if Jobs hadn't returned?
Interesting question, considering that for a decade prior to his return, they were saying Apple is dead, Apple is dead, Apple is dead, Apple is dead. In fact, you can play the record backwards.
What would you hear if you played it backwards?
Who knows what would happen if it played backwards, but I think what Steve Jobs did was mold a company in his physical image. And as for streamlining, no, it wasn't streamlining. Like I said earlier, the problem was Apple was trying to get into a market that they never had an access to. They wanted to sell Macintosh computers at Sears. That really is the mistake. They overextended themselves. I don't think it's on the brand lines. I don't think it's on the product lines itself. It's just the manufacturing itself more than anything else. And they also had CEOs who were businessmen. If you are born as a creative company, you need a creative CEO. You can't have a Jack Tramiel trample on your video game business, regardless of the 83 crash. So, would Apple have survived? Here's a better question. Should Apple have survived? Look, I am an avid fan of Final Cut Pro, pun intended. iMovie did a lot to lay down the groundwork so that you can go out in the streets, see cops act like a pile of shit, cut it on the phone, and then send it off to Twitter and to Facebook and to Instagram and all these other outlets. But that would have been inevitable by someone. So I don't know whether or not Apple would have died, but there were many parts of it that did need to be cut off. One of them that still sticks around today is this notion that if you're not making more money than last month, you're losing. That should have died. The other thing worth mentioning is that we live in an era where, hey, a company goes defunct, you start a spinoff. So Apple would have continued somehow. In the case of Atari, which I know a little bit better, is Atari continued in its style, in its legacy, in its artwork. There's a lot of retro computing that's going back and looking at the artwork specifically of the time. It will come back. Retro computing is doing a lot more to salvage a lot of Apple II era materials, Atari 8-bit home computer materials, Commodore 64 materials. I know that somebody had designed a joystick with a C64 emulator inside it. You have Firebee bringing back the ST. It will come back. But did Steve Jobs have to come back?
I'm going to use this time here to do 3 quick things. One, the person said thank you for your answer. 2, Squirtle said that if you probably played the record backwards, you would hear Steve Jobs. And then N Commander is going to reply with something. And then, unless we have more comments, I think I have one final thing to do, and then we'll wrap this up in terms of trying to do a peanut gallery. Go ahead.
Well, the biggest problem with your argument is that most of what Jobs did to Apple actually hurt the company in the long run. Is because after the company got the initial financing from selling the Apple I, Wozniak designed the Apple II. Jobs more or less spearheaded the Apple III, which was one of the greatest flops of all time. Jobs put a lot of resources in creating the Apple Lisa, which was underpowered and quite frankly a joke, sabotaged the Apple II GS project, put a lot of resources against Macintosh, which we've already had this entire discussion, which was poorly engineered, and you get this entire history of Apple managing to basically route around Jobs' head being so far up his ass that he can't see reality. I mean, a lot of what made the later Apple machines at least semi-successful was good marketing. They weren't particularly great machines. I mean, I'm not going to look at a classic original iMac and say, man, that is a pinnacle of engineering right there.
I think that's the end, so you can respond.
About the business part of it. I mean, look, if you want to do a business comparison, you have to do what you have to do in order to survive. I hazard a guess and entertain this thought. If Linux were a business, and no, I'm going to change the subject here. I'm going to change the entire premise of the question. The mistake is to make it Jobs-centric, as if Steve Jobs was indispensable. Any organization, any institution, any movement where one person is so central to the existence of that movement, of that belief, of that process, it will fail.
Julian Assange.
Julian Assange, Eric Raymond, RMS, Applebaum, the individual doesn't fucking matter. If the individual is so important that the movement depends upon that person to exist, then that's a false group. It's a false movement. Apple, under Scully, even under Aiken, under Emilio, it continued to exist. Whether it existed well or not is a different story for a different matter. What I'm talking about right here is that the age of creativity that existed in Apple pre does not exist post. And Apple has no soul as a result of it.
I don't know if you wanted to have a response to that, but I think if you don't, we might wrap this up here, and I'll do the last argument question here. So, here we go. Is the Marathon Trilogy a good game series, yay or nay? And Commander versus Neo, go.
Okay.
Are you waiting on him? Because
I was waiting on him. I think we have a step more.
Okay, and Commander, you go first then, Neo.
Yeah, so I think the plot of all three games are good. I do think the first one's a little iffy, but 2 and Infinite are very solid games.
On 2 is probably the best fucking game I ever played on a Mac. I've played Out of This World, Lemmings, SimCity 2000, but SimCity 2000 was a toy, not a game. I think probably the next best would be Oni, but the problem with Oni is twofold. First off, Bungie aimed too high on the hardware requirements. It really needed a G4 at a time when a G3 was available. And second, it has that stupid fucking level that you cannot beat without cheating. I mean, damn it, man. So, between, I'm just watching Side Pocket keel over as I'm saying this. So between, like Flight Simulator, Marathon 2, the original Puzzle, which is still kick-ass and I will solve here. Yeah, Bungie did a fantastic job. They put the Mac into a completely different field where it never had been. It has a legacy. Microsoft killed it, but Bungie is open as Aleph 1.
And now is currently owned by a Chinese company. Response?
So my biggest question for you, Neo, is: are you currently suffering from melancholy, anger, jealousy, or self-realization?
Shut the fuck up, Tycho.
And I think that might actually conclude the entire point there. I actually can't think of an argument against that. So it's really been awesome to finally have you on the stream here, Neo, in your underground bunker.
What can I say?
And I think that will...
Well,
hold on.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on. I just realized something. Isn't the entire plot of Marathon, the first game, is specifically torturing an AI by having it do mind-numbing tasks? Isn't Neo just reenacting Marathon 1's plot in real life?
I am Durandal, yeah. And you can be Tycho.
Yes, but at least I go off badass, and then the reason I go crazy is because I get raped by an alien.
So, who is the enslaved computer people then?
Who would be the 4? Probably the poor suckers watching this. Oh no, the Bobs? Yeah, the poor suckers watching this.
Yeah, the poor bastards watching this. So, not the people watching this, maybe the people currently, making iOS apps, but I digress. Alright, so, that's a kill Neo here. I think that's... don't even get me started with Swift. So, I think we're going...
What about Apple Dylan?
The Dylan? Why did you summon the Dylan?
Was Apple overcompensating for using Pascal for all those decades?
Well, let's be honest. There's Apple Pascal, there's Classical, there's Object Pascal, and there's probably another variant of Pascal Apple made that I forgot about.
Didn't they also contribute to Free Pascal?
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
When one person, or in this case Blaise Pascal, is more important than the fucking movement, you've got a problem.
This is already sounding like with Python, including Python 6. Go look it up. It's real. I blew Cyril's mind a month ago because of that.
Spam.
Somebody spam. Wonderful spam. Oh, come on.
So you have a choice. Here's a challenge for you. Your next coding project for classic Mac OS, but in COBOL.
COBOL, huh? COBOL.
Oh, it sounds like it's on.
Where is that copy of... It's somewhere around here. See, the problem I really have is I've got no way of transferring data from the old system to the new one. Oh fuck! I forgot I had this.
Oh no.
Shit. Never mind.
Okay, I was gonna say the maybe would have died.
Where is this guy? No, somewhere around here. Oh, hang on. No. Oh well, fuck it. It was worth a shot. No, I believe I have it probably on one of these two zip disks. I do have Microsoft Quick Basic for the Macintosh. It's the only way I can transfer files because I'm missing the AAUI dongle. That's another thing about Apple. Okay, one thing I did forget to mention, the vendor lock-in. I'll have to talk about it next time.
Yep, and speaking of next time, I honestly think this is probably where we should cut this off here. So, well, I mentioned that from all of us at DC201, thank you for attending this insanity.
Neil, why don't you use jazz drives? You can relax to different to the more sedate clipping app.
Are you going to answer for that, or are you just ignoring the question?
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Try to remember how the fuck to pull this off.
Oh, God.
No, apparently I can't get pig mode on this guy. Go figure. Fuck it.
Well, regardless, thank you for being on here. I'm going to kind of round this out. I'm going to actually move the camera back. So, that was our Mac theme stream, Egg Freckles. And, yes. And before we end, I am going to play this short clip that I think kind of sums up the entire afternoon. And then our next meeting, that will be 4, it's third Friday of every month, so it will be on October 16th, and we will be in the participation of the Hacktoberfest, which is a giant hackathon where we update open source products, open source software projects. So we hope to see you in October. Thank you for watching the stream. Hack the planet, Dirty Jersey represent, and enjoy this rant. Egg Freckles.
Editing is all Mac-based now. I mean, you know, there are programs out there on the PC, but whether you're using Avid or using Final Cut Pro, you're working on a Macintosh. Using a Mac is a little different than using a PC. It's not so much operating a computer as it is sort of tricking it, fooling it into doing what it is you really want it to do. You kind of have to sneak up on a Mac. I don't feel like I'm operating the Mac so much as I'm just there sharing the Mac experience. And if I can do something useful while the Mac is willing, so much the better. One of the coolest features of the Macintosh is it's really easy to shut down. All you have to do is be using a piece of software and then poof, it goes away. It's gone, it's shut down. You didn't push any buttons, you didn't close, you didn't even save. It's just gone. Unless you want to shut down a Mac, oh, that's a whole nother story. I mean, you try to close a program and it locks up, and then you do that funny, what is it, the cloverleaf period thing? These unnatural and ultimately useless interrupt keys. Then nothing moves. Then you push the power button and it won't turn off. You go around and unplug it, and you better hope you're not on a laptop, because then you gotta find the damn battery and try to pull that out, or the thing will never shut down. So I put my CD in the CD-ROM tray, and I'm copying media off that CD, dragging it onto my desktop, dragging it onto my desktop, dragging it onto my desktop. I eject it, and where did my files go? It's the only operating system I know of where click and drag does not mean you actually copy or move anything. No, you're just making shortcuts on your desktop. So I've got my next CD, and I slam it into the CD-ROM tray, and lo and behold, it starts playing all by itself. I'm looking for a way to turn it off. Finally, out of desperation, I click and drag the CD into the garbage can. The system locks up. So I go to the cloverleaf period spacebar thing, hoping I can stop the program, and I get a little caution window saying, careful, interrupting this program may lock up the system. I try to click OK, but the system's already locked up! I like the handle here. That's so you can attach a chain and use it as a boat anchor! The Mac is practicing some kind of bizarre psychological warfare on me because I'm working late at night. Out the corner of my eye, I keep seeing this thing jumping up and down. The update manager is bouncing at the bottom of the screen like a Jack Russell fucking terrier. So I'm looking around in the list of the files, trying to find the executable it wants me to update, And if I click on any one of them by accident, I rename it. Oh no, it's been renamed nothing. It was some kind of important system file, and the computer crashes. On a PC, no data is really lost. I mean, there's a way to undelete a file. If you know what you're doing in DOS, you can go in and recover anything that's been corrupted. On a Mac, if you lose a file, you run to the store, you get a copy of the Mac version of Norton Utilities, you run back only to have Norton go, "You idiot! You own a Macintosh! The file is fucking gone! It's just gone!" Don't have any tools or any kind of buttons or whatever dials or switches in the bottom of the screen, because if you reach for them, the dock menu comes up. You've got to like angle around and slide and dodge the thing to get to the control. It's kind of like boxing with your computer. I can put it on the bottom, I can put it on the left, I can put it on the right. No, I can't put it on the top. That's reserved for the mighty Blue Apple. Gah! My name is Hunter Kressel, I'm an editor, and I cut together everything you saw tonight on a Macintosh. Mac killed my inner child.
No, that is gross, disturbing. I don't know you, and all the fucking restaurants here in Midtown are closed. There's like nothing to eat.